Hello, hello. Am I reading? Hello, Slapman. I remember seeing you in someone else's stream. It was pretty tough, low-key. Hello. Hello, Real Aqua Deltarune Trust. Cool name. Whoa, broccoli. Yeah, you could say that. Yeah, let's turn that down. Yeah, so today I'm thinking we play... I know some new Nemesis levels came out. We're going to play the Nemesis levels first. And then we're going to jump right into a Cybergrind review. Likely, anyway. I got me a snack. Hello, player DG10. They've given up on being fun. Well, that doesn't sound really nice. Hell yeah, heart pain atrophy. Alright. I've snacked plenty. It's killing time. Let me open up the game first of all. I don't even have the game open. Sorry, I was installing the mod. In this household, we love pain atrophy. It is very well designed. For the most part. Probably one of the best designed ones. Although I wish The Streets Have No Name came back, to be honest. Alright, let's get this show on the road. Let me figure everything out. Okay, here we go. So if I do that, it's Ultrakill open. Should be open. Yeah. Okay, we see it perfectly. Perfect. All right. I can't see Twitch chat now. Oh, right. Okay, the chat should be visible now. What? Well, why did one of them vanish? Oh, okay, we're good. Trying to cut alive at the start? Hell yeah. Yeah, we're playing the 2 new Nemesis levels. I've P-ranked everything thus far. So, let's get right into the level. And it's going to be my warm-up. And I'm going to sort of bounce board off of this to do some CG review. Just making sure I don't have any funny controls. Yeah, I started using the alternate piercer recently. There's quite a bit of value in it. Is it? Oh, right. They bought these special items. The game is... Excuse me. The game is loud. And I know there's music sometimes. Okay, wait. Okay. This is my warm-up. To everyone, the mushroom slander pissed me off. Okay, that's fine. Rest easy. Alright, yeah. Let me lock in. Easy peasy. Oh, really? confused. What? What the heck? I don't even know what just happened. Oh, it's coming down. Okay. Use the hook point under the acid to push back the lava. Oh my god. But that? Really? Okay. Yeah, I just really don't like this gimmick. Great. Oh my god, my throat is so dry after eating those chips. I don't think it's fun to have to press a hook point or else you die. Cool. Wow. Yes, we're doing Cybergrind repeat today. You haven't done any yet, if that's what you're asking. My movement feels so terrible right now. Oh my god. Why do things feel slippery? It's just me. It could just be me. Okay. I love when sentries get stuck inside of walls. I'm stuck on this. Purely because of a gimmick and not because of a fight, and that's just like... No one likes that. As far as I'm concerned, I don't know. Maybe there's people out there who would prefer to fight a gimmick as opposed to actual enemies in the game. Okay. It's probably just because there's so many uneven edges that, Okay. It's not gonna let me hook onto that. That's cool. Yeah, I think what's tripping me up is the uneven edges. It's like there's times when you slide and then you can't jump because of what I just showed you. Like, yeah, like that, right? And then it feels like you can't really easily control your movement. Yeah, then this, whatever this is. Right. I guess it's just gluttony movement. Alright. Great. I love these freaking turrets, man. Absolute fun. go. Easy peasy. Yeah, everything I do so far, for the most part, has been environmental effects and such, which tends to be a trend for this level, or this brand of levels, I guess. How do I... do I really have to... Okay. What? Why did I just slide across his head? Oh great, these stupid things. That is a dysfunctional insert. What the? Oh, okay, that was the portal shenanigan right there. Where even is this thing? Jeez, man. I've been practicing. Honestly, I feel like rad powers are easier than powers for some reason. Because they fight a lot more like Gabe. Really? Radiance just to have even more health, like, as if we need more of that. I'm getting into a flow now. Okay. And again, slipping all over the place instead of actually hitting the enemy I want to hit. The sideways mortar thing is really cool. Okay. There's an eyeball somewhere. Where the hell's the eyeball?
Seconds ago.
Oh, great. Is that gas amoeba just designed to stand still? Where's the eyeball in this thing? Okay, I don't even know how I did this the first time. like, there's no eye I can destroy, it's just this way. Like, I genuinely don't know. Is that it right there? It's behind me. Can I destroy it immediately? Okay, good. Spawning it behind me. It's back. It's gonna come back and presto. Alright. Well, at least now I know where it was. Excuse me. I just sneezed. I think I just punched man with the cannonball. The knuckle blaster. Wow. Yeah, most of that was pretty miserable, I can't lie. Well, now we P rank. Incredible gas all over itself. You can say that again. Hey, what the hell? Raider from Breezy Fish? Hello. Oh my god, hello. Hello everyone. What the heck? I did not know there was a raid. Well, hello everyone who's staying. I'm Broccolite. I think I was in Breezy Fish's stream the other day. That's why this happened. Yeah, welcome to the stream. We're just playing modded level. Heard from a lot of people that this isn't a very liked modded level. Or, well, the series of levels. Jesus. Yeah, I think the worst part about all this is most definitely the movement. It's just so tricky on this slippery stuff. Also, I don't think that gutter tank is allowed to move. Oh my god, I forgot about the fucking ceiling. Yeah, Meekers do anything to fight logically is correct. Really, I have to wait? Okay. Oh my gosh, I kept slipping off of them so frequently. I did not want to be inside the acid for that long at all. The slipping in that room is ridiculous. I'm just gonna have to play, like, minimal movement, I think. Play fully into accuracy. Alright. Cool enemy that definitely isn't bugged, by the way. Okay, the Gutterman killed me? Wow. I'm gonna go to bed, be right back in 20 minutes, okay. Hey, if you do Cybergrind review, can you check out my submission, Image Ritos? We'll see, yeah. I generally do review people who are tuned into the stream. It's easier to like talk to them and relay stuff like, oh, what are your preferences? Why'd you make this decision here? That way I can get better advice. So your chances of being reviewed have gone up significantly as a result of being here. Wow, that was pretty cool. Okay, does breaking the idol even do anything? Like, I'm so confused. I thought that was an enrage idol, like breaking it would stop the enemy from being enraged. It just doesn't do anything. What? My chainsaw broke instantly. Oh no, we just got stuck. And these guys are fucking through the floor. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it does anything. Me breaking that idol, it just, once it exists, it enrages. Kind of counter to what you would intuitively think, no? Breaking the idol would stop it. Okay, better say. If I got soft lock there, that would be a nightmare. Not like functioning with portals. Come on, what more is there? Really? Like, these stationary enemies are just so unfun. Oh, that was sick. It almost looked like a hammer to cannonball. That was so sick. Perfect. Should be easy as long as I. Oh wait, this part. Yeah, because why not? Why not just like 15 billion idols? Bro. This level is as good as done, as long as I remember to hit the eye. There you go. That's it, right? P rank. Should be a P rank. There you go. Flip air brick. Only took me a couple attempts. I mean, again, like I said, most of the things I was dying to was just the environment. Like the slippy floors, and it's just like the stupid turret things they put all over the place. Those are not fun to fight, in my opinion. Have I played Ultrakill Re-Envisioned? Yeah, I made a video about it, actually. Made a video about Ultrakill Re-Envisioned. You should watch it. I played through the whole thing. I also got upset at the gluttony part because there were a lot of bugs and stuff that I got soft locked like 2 times. But yeah, WP rank. Yep, WP rank. Like some losing in range while others it persists. Well, then what's the point? You know? I don't know. It's confusing. I'm a Brocco larper. Oh, sweet. Oh my god, I'm trying to land on him, please. What is this, dog? Well, what am I waiting for? Oh, he's just radiant. That's it. Easy. Wow. That was actually kind of fun, I can't lie. The only problem I had with that level was that the readability of things happening was a bit strange, especially like that little idle thing. But other than that, honestly, that's probably the best level in Nemesis so far. That was fun. Yeah, that's an idol that's supposed to make the enemy that it's protecting radiant. Yeah. That was the most fun level by far. Like, easily. It's not even funny. Yeah, we're not... There's no greed yet. But, yeah. P-ranked all of it. I'm not going back for secrets. I'm pretty sure all the secrets and challenges are the same as they were. Yeah. Let's move on to Cybergrind review. Why don't we? Let's do it. Alright. Let's see, where are we? For those who don't know, if you join the Broccoli Discord, it's the link in the description, you can submit gameplay, and I will occasionally review your gameplay on stream. We have quite a couple reviews. Ritos is here. If there's anyone here who is a donator, I will do you first, but anyone else, I think Rito wanted to be reviewed, so I will be doing Ritos in that case. Unless there's anyone else. I think Peanut Butter Smoothie was here too. Yep, Completionist Club. Oofnik, personally, 3-2 was my favorite one. 3-1 was miserable. 3-2 was actually fun. Let's do this. From 20. Okay, this should be relatively short compared to some of the prior stuff we usually watch. Alright, let's read what we're up to. Ritos, I believe you're still in the stream. Give your mind later. It's from 23 days ago. Yeah, we can do that. Why did my DPI shift? Thank you. Alright. Video info, finally got around 40 plus PV. My best is 46, never mind. Thanks to Broccoli advice. Well, hell yeah. Congrats. No microphone, no mods. Not gonna be anonymous. Yep, I mean, you're here. Yes, I gooned to it. I mean, you know what? I'm no comment. I'm not, you know, if I speak, I'm in big trouble. It's okay to use vid for CG bingo. I am, but bad at movement and crowd control. Okay. I think we're just gonna be doing basic, what's it called? Some basic Cybergrind review today. Just because I feel like it. Alright, let's get into this. Sorry, let me watch that wave start again. Right off the bat, I would qualify this as random oil. I do like your Cybergrind arena, by the way. But generally, you don't want to put oil in this little middle area on this specific map. The reason why is because, obviously, enemies, they're following you. You have to kite them, right? Enemies are going to follow where you are, and you are generally never going to be in this place for enemies to walk. If you're going to be anywhere in this area, enemies are just going to go across this little staircase area, come up these sides, right? They're never going to be in here. So this oil might as well, like, not do anything at all. You would rather put them on the edges here or generally, like, on one side of the map where you want to end up corralling all of them. No, it didn't get ignited, so it will be saved for next round. Which is kind of nice. Okay. Also, is this music copyright free? It's very loud. Oh my wow. I'm asking because Ritos is in the call here. I'm not in the call, in the stream. Let me quickly just make sure everyone knows that we're doing Cybergrind review. Yeah, there you go. Put that little thing in the top left. Pretty sure it's copyright free? Good. So far, I'm not noticing anything really wrong. Yep. Respect. Gotta see you go up against some difficult. Okay, got an insert here. How do we deal with this? Oof. You knew you had the correct instinct. Insert is very susceptible to ADA. Nice. Yeah, ADA is very good at countering the insert. Definitely the best play you can make there. Once you know it's just like one insert and really nothing. Oh, bro. Lightly edited Cybergrind review. Okay. SRS and a red hit from the hammer. Definitely a safe way to deal with virtues. I don't know if you know, but there's actually a way to deal with virtues with yellow hits if you want to preserve your hammer. I don't really know what your hammer shotgun ratio is. Also, I don't know why I have Ultrakill closed. I need this for examples and such. Let me uninstall the Nemesis. I don't care. There's something you can do to achieve yellow hit kills on virtues. I would super recommend learning this. It's really, really useful because putting your hammer on cooldown. Excuse me. Sorry, I got a burp coming up. If I burp in the middle of this, you know what happened. And oh my god. Anyway, as I was saying, you want to be able to use your red hits generally on targets that you don't that like have a lot more health, really scalable, things that you can't easily handle with something like yellow hit. So, right? Okay, that's the parry window. I'm doing it wrong. Hold on. Let me get into the groove. I'm normally dealing with radiant virtues. There you go. So what I'm doing there is basically if I turn my camera, I have a video about this. If I turn my camera like 90 degrees or so, it will allow me to push the virtue into the explosion of my pump charge jackhammer. So normally what happens if you try to add a pump onto a virtue, they get knocked away from the explosion. They take no damage at all, right? What you can do instead is, because the direction that you are aiming is the direction that they're going to get pushed, right? So if I aim over there, the virtue gets pushed in that direction. During the hit stop, that is. You can direct the virtue into the explosion of your pump charge jackhammer, so like this, right? By pushing it sideways, instead of it getting blasted backwards away from the explosion, you blast it back into the explosion, which gives you about 10.5 damage, which will insta-kill a virtue. And you can do that 3 times back to back if you want. Or you can do it 2 times and do a red hit, something like that, you know what I mean? But doing that to 2 different virtues and then using a red hit is far more valuable, because then you basically save 13 point whatever damage, right? You get to do all that damage onto one other enemy that is, you know, probably a lot more tricky or troublesome. I would super recommend learning that. It's really easy to do, and it just requires a bit of practice. It's something you really got to feel out. Yeah, the burp's so powerful you lagged, yeah. I apologize. It does work with Knuckle Blaster, but I would recommend Feedbacker, since Feedbacker is instant, and Knuckle Blaster has a slight delay. So Knuckle Blaster, it would make it a bit tricky. Though, for some reason, if you are, like... Sorry, I'm gonna let this play out. Oof. Feels bad missing a screwdriver. I'm streaming the wrong thing? What do you mean? Is my display capture not on? Oh, what the hell? Why is it... Huh? Weird. I thought I just had display capture on. Okay. Let's go back. Here we go. That was weird. Thank you for letting me know. What is an Ultrakill? Couldn't tell you. I don't know, I'm just some freaking schmuck. Also, yeah. Hello, TL SWAT. Can I call you that? TL SWAT? It sounds like the gremlin from Barony. That's what they say. It's just pronounced like whatever. I mean, it's just like 5 random letters. At least from an outsider's perspective. I'm sure there's some significance. Okay, yeah, generally, I would not suggest going up to the ceiling like this, or to the top of the arena. Like, just, you know, backblasting straight up. But, you seem to be fine. As long as you're not doing it, okay, yeah, with, like, Mind Flayers, Sentries, like, I gotta see if you do it here. Huge risk if you do. Ah, nice. Yeah, so, Mind Flayer got involved in a lot of friendly fire there, which is definitely what you want to end up doing for Mind Flayers, if you can help it. I don't know how much of what you did was on purpose, or if you were just clinging to the Gutterman for support, but it was the right play. Interesting screwdriver target. Yeah, I would definitely not try to screwdriver an enemy that you are trying to kill, because then you lose value on the screwdriver, and really it's just like a 5 damage projectile that you just bust in between a combo. It's not really much of anything if you use it that way. Ooh. Yeah, you need to disengage. Okay, you got the Ultrakill style though. Yeah, you took a huge risk, but it paid off. Generally speaking, if you're in this little divot down here, you just, it's bad news bears. I mean, you've got the Maurices up here, you've got the Gutterman up here. I mean, this Deathcatcher is going to revive the Hideous Mask. It's going to start tossing up projectiles. In this position, like, you made a decent play, which was to, you know, greed the Ultrakill rank. You got it off a parry, too. Like, that was... The amount of risk involved in this was insane, being able to pull that off. But you did it. Yeah, you don't want to be below Maurice ever. That is just, like, a completely unnecessary risk. Even just a little bit of a rocket ride to get out, you're almost always fine. Right, last stream we got an idea of you making a YouTube community post. Whoever has the top comment gets reviewed first next stream as an alternative to Discord. Oh yeah, you did say that. Put that in for Brocklight, the For Brocklight channel. Oh wait, no, you're not in there. Okay, Uvnik, can you do that? Can you copy and paste Windows thing and put it in For Brocklight, please? So I can remember. It'd be really helpful. Thank you so much. Yeah, because I have the stream open on my laptop, so I can't easily put it in the Discord. Oof. Yeah. You want to be careful holding out a weapon like that. Oh, okay, Ferryman. Just do what you want, I guess. That was just weird. I hate Ferrymen. Ferrymen are so freaking finicky, dude. Genuinely, I feel like this is a hot take. Ferrymen have quickly become personally my most difficult enemy to deal with out of the special enemies. There's just so much jank. Like, they've overtaken like I would say Insurs in jank at this point. I don't know if that's just me saying that, because like Insur jank has become so, you know, like we've become so used to it. But like, geez, man. Ferryman jank is just so obnoxious because they're so tiny. They're like a little mosquito. Yeah, so far, easy wave. I'm sure you're confident here. Yeah, just cling on to the Gutterman and half the wave dies. I mean, welcome to Gutterman. That's Gutterman 101 right there. Zeus Keto, yeah. Zeus Keto is correct. Oh my, whoa. Holy, Slarp combo. Yeah, very good using the Knuckle Blaster to heal. You seem to be someone who's paid attention to the patch notes. Knuckle Blaster heals really consistently now. Nice. Staying away from the Ferryman, great. What was that sound? That was weird. Yeah, staying away from the Ferryman is always great. And then just like, you know, clinging close to the Maurices and everything whenever you're around Mind Flayers. Very good. I don't know, again, I don't know how much of this you're doing intentionally, but let me know since you're here. I wonder what you're gonna die to. I haven't seen you fight a Meeper yet, so we're coming into Meeper range now, actually. I haven't seen you fight a Sentry, I don't think, either. Oof. Yeah, it seems that you become flustered at a lot of points. The old strategy of just spamming Knuckle Blaster Explosion. I mean, it's pretty consistent. Oh wow. Okay, there you go. This now feels like if Scuba were playing Ultrakill, fuck it, random bullshit ghost. Are you goddamn insurrectionist? Okay. Some of it's just luck? Well, I should say, take note of what I'm saying you're doing right and why these enemies are dying the way they are. Because what you're doing is correct, and you should be more mindful of that being like an actual strategy. Because remember, I think this is brutal. Yeah. Maurice... Okay, we got powers. When Maurice shoots a bunch of projectiles, all of those projectiles each deal 4 damage. I believe. I think exactly 4 damage. So if, like, any number of them hits the Mind Flayer, it's just free bonus damage on the Mind Flayer. Which can be freestyle, cause her to enrage, and like, at that point, she might die and just brings her within range of like a hammer hit, you know what I mean? Oof, yeah, we're really flustered right now. Well, there's no risk right now, so that's good. Yeah, like, your aim is good. Your inputs are good. Oh, wow. Okay. Grand Slam Yellow Hit KB. That is a classic one-shot. Wow. Honestly, I think you lucked out that that wave had so many passive enemies on it. Nice. Yeah, a lot of the time it seems like you're just tossing out random stuff, which is fine. At least judging by how you're using like the SRS, it's kind of like occasionally you'll have target priority. Ooh, okay, got the Screwdriver though. That's huge. Oh my god, Screwdriver just keeping you in Ultrakill rank. Keeping you. Huge. Yeah, your use of ADA is a bit clunky. What order do you have the nail guns in? What order do you have them in? Because I think it's blue, then green, then red. Is what you have them in, but I can't be sure. Oh no, I think you have them in reverse order. Maybe? I don't know, I can't tell. It's all Geometry Dash music? That's funny. There's a strange overlap with Ultrakill players and Geometry Dash. What the hell? Oh. This is the part where the copyright music comes in. Here. Let's make this easy. There we go. We got something to listen to while we watch. Good kill. Thank you for removing the copyright music. I appreciate it. Blue, green, red? Oh, okay. Yeah. So, I don't know if you're just not using the magnets, really. But at least, I don't know, maybe it's just the way you're using it. Oh, this is huge. Very nice. Oof. Yeah, you get flustered. If one thing goes wrong, you get real flustered and then you stop making plays. Yeah, the freeze frame one. I know the feeling. Oh. Okay. What is Burritos gonna do? I want this to be authentic. All right, Kahoot guys. What is Burritos gonna do? Shoot rocket, shoot rocket. Ask to skis him out in a date, ground slam, move and avoid the laser. I mean, probably ground slam. I'm just gonna, which is equivalent to ask to skis him out on a date. Yep, there you go. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I'm not sure who's queued up. We'll see. Sick. Well, hey, from the top. Sorry, hold on. Yeah, my headset was being weird. From the top, what I would suggest, the way you're using ADA is definitely a bit strange. You use it at the right times, but you always want to make sure you get those nails out. The nails are a very important part of, like, ADA working. Whenever you were, like, you know, attacking the insurrectionist, I saw at multiple points you didn't have the charge on the actual, like, what's it called, the thing? The overheat nail gun. You had, like, a half charge or something, and then you started doing your combo. It's a lot more efficient if you know, magnet, saw, and then you do the combo, you know what I mean? A big point of doing ADA is you magnet and saw, which gives you a nice magnet for conduction, first of all. But it also completely fills your overcharge, or your overheat, I mean. Which makes combos like this extremely quick. Right? And then as you're pulling out the jumpstart cord, obviously, you can toss out one extra saw to help boost it. Like that, you know what I mean? That's generally the most efficient way to do it, and you just keep cycling between those weapons until you get the conduction pop. You can also, you know, as long as you toss out one saw, you can do another overheat barrage, right? And you can do that and keep chaining conduction up to other enemies as long as you hit a new enemy every time. So, yeah, that's definitely the next thing I would suggest. He's green for an amazing reason. Is anyone else queued? I don't remember. I don't remember if anyone asked. I think player DG actually asked. So after player DG, then I will do yours. Can I queue? If your thing is in there, yeah. Yeah, player DG did ask, so we will do player DG. So those are the things I would recommend. Another thing, you need to have a... Before I move on, there's one more thing. You need to have a de facto mindset for what to do when you don't know how to do anything, right? Because there are multiple times we got flustered. What I like to do personally, right, is just rock it right away. If I genuinely don't know what to do in a situation, Rocket Ride, get to a position where I can see the whole arena and read what I need to do next, right? Right? Another thing you can do with the rocket riding is you can use it as a time to reset, right? If you're confident with your rocket rides, let's say this is the arena, you slide off, rocket ride around the arena, wait for your cooldowns, wait for your hard damage, and then come up, right? That gives you enough time to judge what's happening and make the correct play after that. So that would be my final piece of advice. If you don't know what to do, disengage. Just disengage, reassess the situation, then come back. It just literally, there's like almost no harm in disengaging unless you're being chased by like, you know, Ferryman and Mind Flare and, you know, Power. Then you have to actually make sure you don't fuck up in that situation. That's different. But yeah, you do need to know when to disengage, and it's helpful to disengage when you don't know what you're going to do in a situation. So yeah, that's my advice. Let's move on to the next one. That is a finished review. Boom. All right, DG. Player DG, where are you? 23 days ago? Yeah, here it is. Long awaited PB. Awesome sauce. Let's do it. Oh! Video unavailable. Oh, you'll fix it? Okay. Well, do you think this will take like enough time where I can just move on to the next person? Yeah, I'll do the next person. Who said they wanted theirs? It was Lily for the lady. Are you the last one? Wait, which one is yours? Ping me in whichever one yours is. Assuming that you had it here. Because I don't know what your username is on Discord. And that's a first, is correct. Yeah, go ahead. You're allowed to ping me. Just this once. Just this once. Yeah, and then which one? And then there's the 25 to whatevs. Okay, awesome. To that one church of the to the church of that one vegetable I love. Well, that's amazing. Thank you kindly. What? You have some mods? Okay. Alright, video info, no idea what to put here. Like to improve aside from the aim stuff. Yeah, aim, again, I usually don't like to criticize like things like practice. Like if I just say practice a thing, that's just, you know, everyone has to do that. I can't give advice. I can teach you some unique ways as to how to go about that, but yeah, that's fine. I don't really blame you for having bad aim. I have terrible aim personally. I've just acclimated after 3,000 hours. Singing to the one guy, spread all over the place. I hope it hits everyone. It depends on the scenario. I honestly couldn't tell whether or not Overheat Salt is better than Overate now. Currently, they're both not so different. Actually, by playing Pantry. Actually, really fun thing. TL, I actually told a streamer to play Pain Atrophy, and they did play it. They were actually pretty decent at the game. So they were like kind of flying through rooms every like 5 minutes or so. Not even. I think they beat the Mind Flayer room on like their second try. So I mean, like the quad Mind Flayer room over the lava. Yeah. You look at this question from Cakes, but in which order should I take care of enemies in? Okay. My Death Star ready. Oh, you like the Death Star. Okay. I'll be paying attention for that. Most attention, Mind Flayer, Power, Sentries, Gutterman. Not a concrete list. Sure. I'm generally, yeah. Though I will say, just now, Mind Flayers, for the most part, if you hit them with enough damage, they will straight up teleport and avoid the rest of the damage. So make sure if you're doing a Death Star, you only do like 1 or 2 hits on them. Unless they're attacking. If they are actively attacking, you can land all of the hits on them. But yeah, generally you want to be targeting powers first and foremost because they don't teleport after taking so much damage. Sentry is also a good option. You post guidelines and have much run. I struggle hard when there's trio squads of sentries on the map. I mean, everyone does. I honestly can't blame you. On the side of the map, circle back to Cyclops for Sentry. How do we get better against them? Tiny side question, but please give me some examples of when rocket mining is unrecommended. Okay. I wish I could formulate more questions. Well, we can figure it out here, since you're here, I assume. A number of hours, 127. No mic. Yes mods. Most gameplay changing ones. Variant keybinds. Space. MR cooldown. Add to cool the Mirror Reaper orbs. 4 seconds on brutal. This technically is an unfair advantage. So I would recommend taking this one off. Crossover, kill confirmers, plus less enemy tracking, identifying. I don't know what that means. An ultra piss. Okay. Sure. No jackhammer act like so. Okay, so we're gonna see some shotgun gameplay. Alright, let's just go. Oh, it's the scout. This is so quiet. Oh my god. Jesus. Scout's gonna be talking the entire time. Huge Death Star. Ooh, yes. Yes! Oh my god, delicious Death Star. And a hit stop nuke. I love what I'm seeing. I love what I'm seeing. Okay, so we've got AAD for shotguns. Definitely a base loadout. I'd say that's a meta loadout currently. Interesting. Huge. I like it. Damn, what's your PB? It's hard to believe that this is like, damn, 150, I mean, only 57, really? I feel like you should have a higher PV. Just based on the way you're playing. Maybe you don't play Cybergrind that much. That would explain a lot, but, honestly, I can totally get a mod that helps you find the last enemy. Technically, there's already mechanics in place to do that, but I respect it. Also, do you play on like MacBook or something? Because you got like 140 by 900 or 1400 by 900 resolution. Damn, I like this playstyle. Very, very explosion heavy. Explosions tend to work above anything else. Yeah, you did seem to get flustered immediately insofar as when you were fighting all the... Okay, powers, you got powers. Huge. Should be a dead power. I think the rail cannon was a bit overkill. You did like 25 damage to it with the Death Star alone, and then you did a Saw combo. Do you know how much health the power has? Also, I don't remember the streamer. I think they were the streamer that, sorry, the streamer who I told to play Pain Entry. I think they were the one that raided me, actually. Funnily enough. Nice. Oof. We've all tried to cannon ride one point in our lives. Or multiple points. For me, multiple points. I don't know what I'm saying. Nice. Nice. Damn, yeah, missed Death Star. Okay, well, at least good thing you didn't attempt it, because that would have been rough. Yeah, you've got really efficient kill combos. I think you just you shot the coin that the Maurice also shot. Powers have 40 health, by the way. I think that's what you were saying, Nope, too. Oof. Yeah, your offstage game is a bit rough. You are missing a lot of rocket rides. Is that just like because you don't tend to rocket ride a lot? Oof. Airmen are rough, I get it. Yeah, so I would generally try to go to the sandbox and just tinker around with their health a bit. Suddenly the bitrate just dramatically improved. Okay, now we're back. Jesus Christ. Scout just narrating everything. Yeah, that is definitely a way to Death Star. You do know that if you toss an enemy off the side of the... Oh my god, it's so beautiful. Also, if you keep pressing caps lock... What is your caps lock button for? Is it your nuke? Your Malrail, I mean? You have no idea how to Death Star properly? I can show you. It really helps to know. Oh, jeez. Well, first of all, what might help is turning off screen shake. If you can turn off screen shake, it might make it a little bit easier to be able to see the enemies you're trying to shoot. Cast like button is from Arrow, yeah? Yeah, I respect it. So interesting. Yeah, I mean, with this gameplay, you should easily be able to beat your PB. I could see you getting to wave 70, no problem. But you rarely ever go off stage. Which is something I'm noticing, and that's something you brought up. Yeah, that was an accident. Yeah, if you ever go off stage, it's because you're forced off by, like, another enemy. And I saw you were fighting that one power as well that way. Yeah, you're so... Oh my god, you're so uncomfortable off stage. Whoa. What is your PB, by the way? Yeah, there's definitely times when you want to go off stage. I personally also like playing really aggressively, and I tend to not leave stage. So I totally get it. But the higher in the waves you go, the more you realize that it's not your arena anymore. Ah. Well, at least it's only one Providence. Yeah, you don't seem to do double hammer boosts. Honestly, that's something I would super recommend. Start learning double hammer boosts. That's not a double hammer boost, but that is a pretty succinct way of doing it. Sorry that suddenly the stream is so loud. Yeah, double hammer boosts. You seem like you could do this. This is something that's really good, and also RTC nukes really help with trying to establish that like offstage presence. So I would super recommend this. What is your average FO? I mean, what's it called? FPS. 73? Nice. Yeah, I'd see. That's what I meant. I could easily see you getting to wave 70. That makes sense. Are we do the submission? Okay, cool. We'll do yours after this. By the way, the reason I don't do double hammer is because my actual laptop, I borrowed my brother's chunky laptop for the recording. Crisp 30 FPS. Wow. That's fair. What about RTC nukes, though? You can still do RTC nukes. This is a really good way to disengage and re-engage in the arena. I would definitely suggest learning that. And you can do my submission after player DG. I will get to you. Don't you worry, 21SM. Nice. Power, I was about to say, that should be a dead power. Oh. Hello, Mauro. Is that a triple dash to the right? Oh my god, it was. Jesus Christ. Yeah, RGC nukes are things I'm trying to learn. Yeah. Oh, Meeper. Very nice. Yeah, I mean, that's just a done dead wave right there. Yeah, like right here, RTC nuke would be so great. Like, you're not under so much threat. What is your starting wave? If your PB is 73, then why are you starting on this low wave? What wave did you start on? I forget. Probably said it in the thing. Hold on. No, it didn't say. Oh, wave 25. Why do you start on wave 25? Are you doing like fraud PB? Got sentries. Yeah, here's the triple sentry wave. Yeah, obviously you know to disengage. Yeah, you seem to have trouble transitioning between passive and aggressive. Because you're usually almost always aggro, and then whenever you go passive, you tend to like miss everything. Which is kind of funny. Hello, aesthetic game, my dearest. That is the GF right there. I know, Ultrakill player having a partner. Crazy, crazy news. Yeah, so teaching that's really hard to teach. But it's something that you definitely need to learn. You use whip rides already a lot. You need to remember that, like, here, you can whip ride in any direction, right? Like, if I'm fighting, like, you know, this insert or something, at any point, I could just rocket ride straight up, you know what I mean? And get the height advantage against him. Then re-engage. Right? And then if I want to disengage, just rocket ride straight up and get out. And even if you don't want to, you know what I mean, like just continuously rocket ride straight up just to get some height, you know what I mean? Getting onto a rocket is essentially a double jump. Think of it like that, you know what I mean? A rocket ride is basically a double jump because getting into a rocket lets you just jump, you know what I mean? And then from here, you can do whatever you want. You can also learn rocket dives, which are a bit hard. But you seem to have the technical prowess to be able to do it. I personally never rocket dive. If you just jump and then quickly press the slide button after, you do a rocket dive, and you can basically dive in any direction off a rocket. So you can do like one of these to instantly put yourself in a new direction. So you should definitely consider using rocket rides as a double jump or, you know, like a dive, you know, proxy. It would help you in so many situations where you struggle to get from, because you think that passiveness and aggressiveness is staying on stage and killing things, being in the face, right? And then passiveness is getting off stage, playing from a range. It doesn't have to be that, you know what I mean? You could put yourself in many positions where you always have the option between the aggressive choice and the passive choice. That's what you want to be doing. You want to be putting yourself in more positions where you can face tag that guy and demolish him, or you can also disengage and wait out your cooldowns and hard damage, you know what I mean? So like playing on the edge of the arena is really good for that, especially in the higher levels when like most enemies are going to be kiting to you. If you play on the edge of the arena, you always have the choice of slamming down, rocket riding away, or, you know, doing a rocket ride double jump and, you know, hitting with your hammer or your chainsaw or doing, you know, a conduction combo. Like, you have all of these choices if you could put yourself in the right position to have both of those choices. That's really sad. This is why I don't Death Star, by the way. I just, like, you see idols, you just kind of have to deal with it. And it sucks. Death Stars are always a safe choice after an idol wave, though, so that's something to consider. Rock dive's looking my favorite thing ever. Don't get up in without jackhammers. Yeah, rocket dives really help shotgun heavy players. I personally need to like learn them. In my latest PB, which is like I think like a out of all like, you know, legal wave starts, I think it's like top 10 maybe for fraud PBs. So I didn't rocket dive a single time and I got to that wave, for the record. You don't need to do it, but it is definitely something that can really help flesh out your understanding of your options when it comes to playing this game. Because that seems to be like the big macro thing. That's why I do coaching, because my coaching heavily relies on teaching good macro versus micro. And I'll say this now, macro versus micro. Micro is being able to do like that slurp combo where you know, shoot the orb and, oh, okay, if enemies charging orb, you slurp them, big explosion. That's micro. That's like pulling off a combo, doing something specific, reacting to the situation immediately. Macro is putting yourself into a position where you have more options, where you have more decisions you can make, where you have the greatest safety and can make the best plays, right? All at the same time, as best you can. Because at every point in this wave, you can always be in a best position to do your next thing or to avoid the next hit. And I can't just tell you every scenario that you can do the perfect move in. All I can really do is tell you how to practice comprehending the situation you're in and reacting to it. Please nerf Mirror Reaper. We don't need to nerf Mirror Reaper. We just need to make it more fun to fight. It is so, like, the way you fight it, he inherently forces you to be passive. That's what I don't like about him. Especially when he's Radiant. He inherently forces you to play passively because it is a total risk to try to attack him or else he tries to run away. Or, you know, to try to play far away and, you know, get gassed by the orbs. So what you need to do is just rocket ride at a pace where the orbs can't catch up to you and spam him with a bunch of slop. And that tends to be the case. Or you hit him with a conduction combo if he's trapped on a ledge or something. Those are really your only couple options. Very nice.
You just got marked, muscle man. Hey, who's on fire now? Ooh, you're gonna die now. Hey, look at me! Look at me! Incoming!
I do like the way you're using your fire starter oil, by the way, I will say. For the most part, it's really good. Only thing you could be doing better is trying to kite enemies into your oil a little bit better. That being spending more time close to your oil as opposed to just lathering it down where an enemy currently is, where they are going to inevitably walk away from it. Ooh, that was cute. That was cute. Should be a dead power right there. It's not. Wow, that power still has health. There you go. Very clutch parry. And you're back into the game. One connection combo in this insert, and you are back into the game. Very nice rail coin combo. Jesus, man, they have so much health. There you go. Yeah, and remember, coins are really good at dealing with powers. Especially when you are running the Deerser, which you're running. Deerser is really good for dealing with multiple powers. Because they attack so slowly, and a lot of their attacks require distance there, right? You can get really, really good value against them just by spamming split coins. Right, like this. You can also force glaive by getting split coins on them. So you could just spam Deerser, because you have the Deerser, and you should be spamming Deerser against powers like this. Especially when they're not Radiant. This is the best time to be doing that. Soups recommend it. $95 for Radiant Reapers, yeah. I mean, they can also technically appear if you have a Radiant Idol and the enemy that it's protecting falls off the map, and then a Meeper happens to spawn. You can also get it to spawn that way. Yeah, you should experiment in Sandbox more. Sandbox is extremely useful for the micro. Very beautiful ADA on the Hideous Mass. I love it. Another thing, there's a way to do a death strike that might be a bit easier. Very nice.
That's a freaking bat magnet. It's the Witcher now.
God, I love the glaive so much.
Denied.
God, you have to play like an absolute schizo whenever the glaive is in play.
It's the Witcher now. Let's go. Incoming.
The scout.
Let's go. Work, damn it.
Also, yeah, rad powers being radiant makes them technically makes them harder to parry because their parry windows are shorter. But I can understand like
Let's go.
not having to wait for them to do an attack so that you can parry them. Specifically on their glaive and spear-ish, but mostly glaive. It's true that it can be a lot easier to parry them.
I got him. This did not just happen. I am full of freaking magic. Incoming.
I personally find it easier to parry rad powers
Nation. Look it up.
just because I like not having to wait for them to do an attack.
Catch this. You morons are about to catch a real beat. Go incoming. You morons are about to catch a real beat. Going. Whoosh. Hey, who's on fire
The
now?
Keter should make the arena bigger for later rounds. Oh dear.
Kindly move your ass to the freaking point.
Have you reviewed this guy before? I have not, no. I don't think so.
Ooh, you're gonna die now.
Alright, I'm sensing the low density wave coming up. Well, as low density as this wave bracket gets.
I am a freaking wizard. You morons are about to catch a real beat. I am a freaking wizard. I am a freaking wizard.
Oh my god.
You morons are about to catch a real beat. Hey, a lot of good that gun did ya? Would you kindly move your ass to the freaking point?
Yeah, I would recommend whiplashing enemies off the map instead of doing all that. Very nice. Yeah, as you can see, the Mind Flayer teleported away as you were doing the attack, so.
Denied.
Okay.
Incoming.
Huge hit stop nuke.
Ain't even worth the effort.
Yeah. Get that heal off.
Come on. I am a freaking.
Oh, no way, dude. No freaking way. That sucks. That is so sad. Oh my god. Rest in peace. Rest in peace. That is so sad. The fucking rad prov death. Oh my god, the jump scare. It's so hard to predict that. That sucks. I hated that death. Yeah, I hate that too. That's so sad. Or Brocco LARP. Brocco LARP is also good. My friend was making a joke that he would make a Brocco LARP channel. If someone wants to do Brocco LARP, that'd be hilarious. I would love that to pieces. I say that now, and like 3 people are gonna make Brocco LARP now. Anyway. End of game stats. Is this really necessary? Hey, music on, apologies. Yeah, that's fine. Alright. Well, cool. I mean, like I said, what I would really recommend practicing for you is trying to use rocket rides as like a second jump, like I said earlier. Using them this way, or you can use them as dives if you want, if you are privy to that. Using them as a second jump just gives you a lot more options as to what you can do in a certain situation. Additionally, playing in certain parts of the map that enable you to make multiple decisions that can all be good decisions, or give you the option to make the best decision, as in like, oh, I just took a huge hit from a Maurice Beam, maybe I disengage, or oh, there's a, you know, an idol right next to me and I just took a huge hit from Maurice Beam. I can, you know, get the full heal, right? Being close to these things really helps. So that would be all of my suggestions personally. I understand not being used to double hammer boost though, or not being able to do them. RTC nukes, final thing. Yeah, practice RTC nukes. Those can really bail you out in a lot of situations. The more confident you become with RTC nukes, the better that you could deal with situations like with that Mind Flare and with those swords machines. All right. Player DG should be up next. Here we are. So I emergently redid this. Okay. That's fine. Let's get this going. Oh, what the heck? It's only 4 minutes? A short clip of my previous PB. Beat it the next day? Okay. Wave 58 was pure luck. Oh shit! We got to wave 60 though. That's huge. Wave 30 start now. I'm being silenced. I can't spell. I will do Broccolarp and friends, and the friends are just the alt accounts of me. Oh my god. That's amazing. Esthelarpica. Oh my god. It's a mouthful. Alright. Yeah, because I choked, not gonna lie. I'm nowhere near as locked in as it was. The best video made for all. Okay, Mind Fire. My favorite the powers prove themselves to be much easier than I thought they'd be. Okay. There's most of the time. I'd like to know the ways of healing. Obviously, screw and change that, but I'd like to know more. Yeah. Alright. This Cordic Shotgun seems so tempting, not gonna lie, but Death Star's better for me. Alright. Death Stars are a drug. Admittedly. Fun. Headset's being finicky. Give me a sec. There you go. Wow. We stopping to record the PB wave? Oh my god. How many hammer hits was that back to back? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Ooh. That is not what you want to see. Yeah, when you're dealing with virtues like this, okay, yeah, exactly. Basically, what I was about to suggest is something that literally just happened. When dealing with virtues like this, especially when you have a bunch of enemies like the Maurices, right? And like this Gutterman that spawns in. Gotta be super vigilant when that Gutterman spawns in, because that is a free heal pack right there. Personally, I would always start the wave. Yeah, that's the thing about Death Stars, right? They put you in this exact position. You want to start the wave right here. And all the juicy enemies that spawn that will save you are going to be right here, and all the enemies that can hurt you are going to be right here. Having them all in the same space is really, really useful. They're going to hit each other, and you're going to be able to hit both of them, right? So I would definitely recommend... I mean, that's just the thing about Death Stars, right? Death Stars are so finicky. Because they put you in this exact position where, you know, enemies spawn here, there's explosions, and whatnot. And if you don't get the one shot on the enemies you need to kill, it's just rough. Oof. You can take a hit though, so. Yeah, you don't seem to be doing any whip rides. Like here in that position, doing a whip ride like this, you don't have to do the dive, but like just a whip ride to get up to the position where the Gutterman and, you know, the Maurice is huge value for healing. Right? That's the thing. That's why I always recommend using whip rides. It's in a situation like that. Because now you have to use the bounce pads to get up to this little rinky-dink way of getting up, because you use the instant mount. Instant mount was the wrong play there. Well, it was still a good play, but it was the objectively worst play. Especially because you and I had the same goal in that situation. You and I both knew, okay, there's a Gutterman up there. I can fully reset as long as I get the guard break. So the right play would have, a better play would have been to use the whip ride. Huge screwdriver. Honestly, this wave is a done deal already. Just after doing that, he got pancaked. Nice. Nice, letting go, as you should. Yeah, honestly, good plays. Once you land that screwdriver, it's pretty much a done deal. As long as you can land, you know, 1 or 2 hammer hits on that mind flare, it's just shoot pieced up. And this is wave 60. Do we die here? Oh, we're hesitating. Oh, we're hesitating. That's not good. Yeah, something... Yeah, you gotta be very careful here, though. Because you've got all those Maurices there. They will easily piece you up. Ah, man, you just panicked. That's sad. That was just sad. You died because you panicked and you knew that. Yeah. Well, you definitely want to avoid... I always say this, right? You don't want to be below Maurice. Whatever you do not want to be below Maurice. And again, whip rides are really, really good at approaching these guys because they're a narrow pillar. And if you rocket ride forwards towards them, right? If you do this, it makes it a lot easier for them to shoot you if one of them does their beam attack. But if you whip ride, right? Generally speaking, as long as you're not whip riding directly towards them, right? At offshoot angle, you can react, and you can also do it upwards, pick it up to them because, you don't want to be below them. And if you do an insta mount, you have to be below them for at least like half a second in order to approach them. So, tend to mess with the whip rides a lot, so don't use them. I'm telling you, man, it's literally a game changer. It is such a game changer. Ow, I just hit my elbow. Yeah, and as I was saying, like, once you see this specific map, you get Gutterman, Sentries, and Maurice is always spawning on these pillars. It doesn't matter what happens down here. It really doesn't. And also, you did that thing where you put fire starter oil up into the air. You put all of it in the air. You didn't put any on the floor. If you put some on the floor, you would have had a style buffer, and a lot of enemies would have been low so that a Knuckle Blaster could kill them. A huge thing about putting... Like, obviously, it's nice. Put oil in the sky. You want to save some of your oil for the map, right? Because enemies that walk through here, they're going to give you fried, the fried stats effect, but also you're going to deal damage to them. Then once that oil comes down, it'll continue to fry them. You see what I mean? This here, you basically get essentially 12 seconds of fire starter value instead of getting, 8 or something. And let me just get a quick replay of what you did exactly here. Yeah, you spent all of your oil shooting up into the sky. Once the oil comes down, it's not going to get much value, because at that point, these enemies are either going to be dead due to random friendly fire, which is something you couldn't control, which puts you at a disadvantage, because if you can't control your style inflow, then you don't have a consistent buffer. Right? You would have been an Ultrakill style if some of these enemies died to being fried. Yeah, and instead, you choose to commit to a conduction. Yeah, and you get confident. Oh, you definitely... Okay, first of all, you definitely did not mean to do that, slam storage jump. Yeah, that's probably where everything went wrong. I'm sure you meant to just, like, jump off the floor. But hey, wave 60. That fireworks. Yeah. Hell yeah. Congrats. Welcome to Club Wave Start Slider. If you're missing rip rides, you're probably mistiming. Yeah, you are mistiming. Generally, you have like, I don't know, I mean a good like quarter second after a rocket shoot to do a whip ride. Like, as long as you're looking in the same direction, you're fine. It's easier if you practice FUPs ahead of time, to learn how to do it. But once you get really good at it, you can consistently look away where you want to go, and then look towards the enemy you want to shoot, right? And then you can do like, combo that with double hammer boosts. And especially with double hammer boosts, you can make it a lot faster by whip riding up. If you whip ride diagonally as opposed to doing an insta ride, you have to wait for the rocket to actually get up to a, a nice, what's it called? An angle for you to do a double hammer boost. But if you whip ride slightly diagonally, you can do that a lot more consistently, right? So that's something to take into consideration. Whip ride's massively buffed double hammer boost. It's so stupid. That's why the core jackhammer is calling for a nerf. Because before, not only did you have to wait like an extra like quarter second just to do a double hammer boost, for the angle to be, really good, but it also costed you a dash in order to do that. And the only other way to do whip ride was to do that, right? But now that you can just do this, it's literally like just the easiest thing in the world. It's stupid, just for 14 damage, 2 5 damage explosions, which is essentially an overpump from a range in less time, by the way. Stupid, stupid weapon. Stupid, stupid weapon. Motherfucker hit his elbow. Whip rides feed my cows and bless my crops, yeah. Brocco LARP channel, where it's just me and my very blue Ultrakill gameplay. Oh, Brocco LARP is blue, huh? What's the edge between a whip ride and an insta ride for you? They both have their own different scenarios where they're better. Like here, if you're already falling, like this, a whip ride isn't going to do much for you, right? Because it's far more delayed. Here, let me just get up to a high height. Right, if you're like up high on the Cybergrind arena, or you get like pushed down, a whip ride isn't going to do anything for you because the actual rocket has to get to you. The only times it's good is if you're moving at like, a steady pace like this. Most times you don't need to spend a dash, but sometimes if you're falling like this, you have to spend a dash, right? Especially if you're slamming. Insta rides, however, you can use the dash to instantly mount a rocket, as opposed to having to wait, which makes it really efficient. And then you can also use the iframes from the dash to avoid certain attacks as you're setting up the insta ride. So like, let's say, a mind flayer is trying to punch you, insta ride, you know what I mean? On a rocket, you avoid the hit. It's just really convenient. And then whip rides obviously have the directional advantage, and they don't cost a stamina bar. Brocco LARP promotes characters ton of broccoli. Brocco LARP doesn't know how to core jam consistently on streams on Wednesdays. Okay. Okay. Do nerf my baby? No. It does deserve a nerf. Yes, it does. Indeed, it does. I hate this weapon. I hate it with a passion. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to my other loadout. Rides up, Korajek shotgun fans. Alright. Who was the other person who wanted theirs to get reviewed? Is it you? Are you 21? Is this you right here? Yeah, it is. Okay. You next. I don't know if we'll do another one after this, but we might, depending on how long this is. Shouldn't be super long. Oh. Oh, it's a clip. Do you have a longer run, or do you just want me to review the clip? You know what I mean? Mine is super cool. I've tried so hard. Man, you haven't even played the game one day. I have no storage? That's fine. We'll do a clip. I just thought it was a longer run. We might do another one after this, in which case. It was on like last 5 waves or something because I have barely any storage on the PC. That's fine. 140 hours. What's the keybinds? 1 mod. Screwdriver F3. Interesting. Fire starter, left control, left alt. I also use left alt for SRS. Control shack camera is Q. Interesting. Fire starter and screwdriver and have dedicated keybinds during this run. Okay. Yeah, generally speaking, if you want to do a submission, you need to follow this. This really helps me understand if, like, specific things you want help with, as well if there's mods, microphone, depending on if I have to mute it, if there's like copyrighted music in here. Actually, I don't think I have that in here. It's just in the rules that there shouldn't be copyrighted music. Anyway, let's go. Let's go. Alright. Yeah, same thing. We always have these people who put the oil up into the sky, but they don't put any on the arena. Like here, so many enemies could deal with taking that damage, but instead you're forced to use... Like here, this is a huge point that I keep making. Same thing that player DG did, where instead of putting oil on the floor and putting crowd control on the floor, you felt forced to use your E-rail to proc conduction. Player DG also used their E-rail to proc conduction in the last one, I think. That, or is it they just felt compulsed to do conduction in general. But still, conduction should be an added layer to that, you know what I mean? Enemies are going to be radiant, they're going to have that extra buffer of like 11 to 15 health, and that's not going to pass. You need to be using your fire starter in order, so like that radiant swords machine is still alive down here, right? And if you just did a normal conduction combo, you probably wouldn't have gotten all those kills. But hey, now you're here without an E-rail. You probably wouldn't have burned the E-rail if it was a harder wave, but I'm just saying, it is a easy trap to fall into. You definitely want to be putting fire starter oil on the floor as well as in the sky so that you can chain their effects into each other. I'm better than the blue Windows error screen. Oof. Yeah, it's very important to note. I don't know if you know this, but when you're dealing with idols, where they at? With the, obviously you have the Knuckle Blaster, right? Which can deal with idols, which you try to do. But if you don't have the Knuckle Blaster and you had the Pump Charge Jackhammer out, you can actually destroy idols with the explosion of the Pump Charge Jackhammer. You died to an idol? Oh dear. Well, this is something that really, really helps. Even if you miss the idol, if there's an enemy right here, right? You're able to pop the idol with the Pump Charge Jackhammer. So I would definitely recommend, especially in this situation where you have the Pump Charge Jackhammer out, you could have just hit that swords machine and the idol would have broken, you know what I mean? Saves you a whole bunch of trouble instead of having to get to these corners that they're trapped in, which is so annoying, by the way, that 2 of them got in corners. Pump Charge Jackhammer makes that an absolute breeze to have to deal with. There you go. But it also works if you kite all of the enemies away from the idols, you can also get to the idols without all the trouble. So, at the end of the day, the play that you did, even though it was slightly delayed, the play that you did was still the correct play. Yeah, you're like I know a player named Dr. Large. They like to do Fire Starter Oil into the sky and then Pump Charge Jackhammer. Which is not bad. But Pump Charge Jackhammer can come after about 1 second of oil spray. Remember that enemies spawn procedurally, so you don't want to use all of your best explosions frame 1. Especially nukes. On Cybergrind, you'll find that you're going to be delaying your nukes just a little bit in order to actually get it to hit more enemies, because enemies are spawning in procedurally. Not every one of them will get hit if you use it quickly as possible. So definitely invest in the fire starter before the Pump Charge Jackhammer. Yeah, like right here. Okay, but something did set everything on fire, but you don't want to be in the center of the arena. You want to be on the edges. Yeah, and now all the enemies that are on the edges where you're supposed to be, that you were playing in, weren't getting hurt by fire. Yeah, I mean, like, I know I'm emphasizing the fire so much, but like literally it's losing out on like 6, 8, 10 free damage. Like the amount of damage that it offers is absolutely astonishing. Oh, the whiplash. Yeah, oof, and that's another thing. I don't know if you saw my my Malrail video. You do not want to be doing conduction especially on a wave like this. So enemies that are flying don't take any damage from conduction at all. Burning the E-rail, especially on like a dead gunnerman, which is fine. Sometimes you can't react in time, even if you just want to use it for healing, right? But like flying enemies take literally 0 damage from conduction. So check this out. Conduction should have popped, should have done damage to the flying enemies. They take 0. So your E-rail was essentially a 0 damage E-rail. So yeah, fun facts. Hold up. I want to do it to him. Punches. Yeah, so you definitely want to avoid using the E-rail in a situation like this when you know its powers and providences. Oof. That is extremely intimidating. Come on, yes! Okay, you're back. You're so back. You can't whiplash onto that. A whip ride here would go so crazy. Again, that's where, like I was saying, man, upwards whip rides in that situation, it's so good. And also, upwards whip rides let you greed going onto the other side, like here. They also let you greed going onto the sides of the arena. So, like, you know, if I'm all the way out here, right? I've already used, like, you know, a thing. I can just go to the side of the arena instead of going up. You know what I mean? Instead of having to go up and contest what's up there, I can go to the side of the arena and then whip ride straight up. You know what I mean? You have so much more freedom with these whip rides. That's when you realize the power was idle. That's fine. Look, that's a mistake we'll all make. But, yeah. That's something that you should really, really, really consider. Yeah, you know, conduction does 0 damage to flying enemies. That's also a video you missed, Player DJ. You are a fake fan. It's fine. I upload like twice a week. I don't blame you for missing a video. But yeah, like being able to go from this position to just going around the corner instead of contesting what's up there. You can just go from around the corner, wait for the provinces to show, go straight up, be able to react, then break the idol. You know what I mean? It gives you way more options being able to whip ride like that. Oof. Damn.
Okay. Yeah, nah.
Yeah, I'm not sure why you didn't shoot the coin. Shooting the coin might have honestly healed you here. I mean, it would have gotten you a lot of style. Would have gotten you up to at least SS. Would have gotten that hard damage cleared, and then I think the power might have healed you. But I mean, these guys are just obnoxious. I totally understand having a tough time dealing with them. That was definitely a tough wave, yeah. So don't feel bad about losing to this. With the overpump hammer and idols, yeah, you can destroy idols with the pump charge jackhammer. It's pretty good. You can actually destroy multiple too with this. You can destroy several idols. It's quite delicious. That's what I do. I understand not everyone does. I've been playing this game for a really long time. Yeah. My girlfriend's really good at this game. She's so good at the game that she's actually not even played it a single time. She's a beast. I'm pro LARPing. Yeah, you could say that. Do you have time for my submission I just got now? Should be ready in about 15 minutes. How long have I been streaming for? 2 hours? Yeah, we'll do more. We'll do more. I'm gonna clip this review. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, there's lots of really neat tips.
Okay.
I didn't get to see you fight against other enemies, you know, like Ferrymans and, you know, Mind Flayers and inserts very much, or Sentries, but from what I could gather from just this alone, that's definitely all the suggestions that I have for you. It sucks that most of my suggestions boil down to use whip rides and use Firestarter, but there are some occasional things that can definitely help in between all that stuff, I hope. Yeah, so I think Dunzo McFunzo. I could just do a random one. Is there anyone in the stream who wants their gameplay reviewed? Do you think shotgun can be an alternate to jackhammer since the new buff? Yeah, definitely. Easily. Oh, well, it depends on which one you're talking about. When it comes to the pump charge shotgun, I think the pump charge shotgun is truly buns. But every other, like all three hammers and the core eject shotgun and the sawed-on shotgun are really, really good. You can definitely use them almost interchangeably. This is why I use YouTube on Safari, so now I can ad block. Well, if not, I know Peanut Butter Smoothie was here earlier. I would definitely review them if they were here. But I want to do some other ones that I haven't done in a long time. Small Potato Boy, honestly. Oh! Song as fuck, but I have all the... Oh! Okay, you're here. Never mind. Let's do it. Oh, wow. Notable special waves. Yeah, this is pretty true. Alright. Improvement. Special enemy prio during power fire waves without an insert. Gun for a power parry. Oh, you're just going through it. With your parry or 5 flares with the parry opportunity presents itself. Try to go for it. It's also just special wave advice. Where's my gameplay lacking when I encounter 4+ century virtue waves? Yikes. I'll try my best to give advice there. There's so much minutia that goes into handling them, it's not so obvious. So, I'll try. Yeah, this is quite long. Okay, I think I'm gonna just go look at the main things. Okay, so about 3 minutes. Here, actually, can you do me a favor? Can you copy and paste this and put it in the chat, Peanut Butter Smoothie? So I can just look at it. The Death Star time? Nope, okay. Nice. I mean, honestly, no criticisms for that. That was 100% beast mode. But then again, there were no radiants. Radiant enemies, I mean. The specials. Thank you kindly. Yeah, comment the timestamp on the video if you want to get your coaching thing. Or your Cybergrind review thing. Alright, let's get to the harder waves then. You go a whole 10 minutes without any special waves. Or I guess notable ones. Let's see it. I want to see your wave starts as well. Alright, so we got Ferryman. Yeah, definitely, I would say, in a scenario like this, unless you're confident in your ability to parry the power, which you are, yeah, you definitely don't want to greed the power here. You want to go for that Ferryman. And the reason why I would say, yeah, I mean this, first of all. So the problem with Ferryman and powers, I would say, they're actually, like, it's quite a sneaky combo. Ferryman, they punish you for standing still, obviously, in the air. But powers, they more often than not try to get you to stand still to deal with them. Because they're so slow and laboring and have so much health, they're kind of like instars in that way. To get the parry, to get the insta-kill, they require you to sit still in the air. And that obviously sucks. You don't want to be doing that. So this is just a really terrible combo of enemies. You got the kill, though. Makes it quite easy. But yeah, you definitely want to kill that Ferryman, because if he starts jumping into the air randomly, it just makes a wave absolutely miserable. Another thing about targeting the ferryman is that if you do that, you can cause the powers to like trip up and like start fighting amongst, you know, the other enemies, and they can sometimes take damage from Maurice. They sometimes take damage from other sources. I don't know exactly what it is, but yeah, fighting the ferryman and the powers near Maurice is really useful. Yeah, but you seem to have no problem with these easy waves. About 1957. Alright, so I think your classic wave start is really just the oil, what I can tell. Yep, I mean, respect. Basic, easy, awesome. Obviously, it's nice to put oil in the air, but yeah, holy. Oh my god, missing the whiplash. Sucks there. Very, very nice piercer. It seems that you're aware. Nice. Yeah, here we go. Like, here's two ferrymen that can easily take over a game. What the fuck? Did you malware them? You did, okay. Yeah, those two ferrymen, like I'm saying, man, they can take over a game. They will hit you when you least expect it. I'm pretty sure they're responsible for why you couldn't catch up to that Mind Flayer earlier. Let's get a replay on that. Oh, ferryman hit again. Yeah, you got hit. You got hit several times by ferrymen there, specifically ferrymen. They are so obnoxious. Yeah, fire starter and cycling can, you know, your soft blade combos on them is really one of the best ways to deal with them. You don't want to deal with them like head on if you can help it, unless you're really confident in your ability to parry them. So, oopsie daisies. Yeah, but you dealt with them in a really, really good way after disengaging. I really have no tips for you dealing with inserts. You seem to know a lot. Oof. Nice. Also nice. I'm not sure if you know. It'll take an hour. Oh damn. Fairies Lightman. Fairies Lightman has been causing me a lot of grief with their when they're combo with flares and powers. Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, so far that's the biggest thing I'm noticing is just the ferryman. I fucking hate ferrymen currently. Honestly, I don't find powers or mind flares like that difficult to deal with. Ferrymen are obnoxious because they take so. I read the wiki on them. They take so many off angles on you for no reason. Ferrymen and powers are at least predictable for the most part. I mean, sorry, mind flares and powers are at least predictable for the most part. Same with inserts. Meepers and ferrymen are ridiculous. They will just decide to do something completely unexpected for no reason at all, just because you're a certain proximity to them. That's it. Or the direction you're moving towards or away from them. That's how they make their decisions. My faves and powers, they follow you. Inserts, they follow you, right? Ferrymen and meepers, they literally just go back and forth towards you and away from you and take extremely annoying off angles. It's ridiculous. Although ferrymen, you can pretty easily camp out. If your movement is good. Or meepers. Did I say ferryman? Nice. Yeah, honestly, no suggestions for that. I will rewatch that though, just so... Yeah, I mean... Okay, one suggestion. You're trying to do the... What's it called? The Radchu one-shot. Which is fine. But the Ratchu one-shot is really hard to do. Unless you do something like a Gloost, which really like secures the damage. You can also do... Oh my god. Hold on. No cooldowns on. That's no clip. No cooldowns. There you go. Yeah. A Gloost is really useful for when you're trying to do a one-shot on them. Because what you did was this, right? And more often than not, that causes... If you bunt the chainsaw and you're too close to the Ratchu, the chainsaw will bunt past the Ratchu. As you can see, pay attention to its health, right? Notice how it only took damage from the chainsaw coming back towards me. So there are two ways to do it. You need to be either the perfect distance to where you can punch the Virtue and also get the chainsaw value. So it's roughly like... that's not exactly it. Yeah, like that. You need to be the perfect distance because what happens is when you punch the chainsaw, it doesn't just put it directly in front of you, it puts it a little bit ahead of you. And so if the Virtue is between where your fist is and where the chainsaw is, the chainsaw will just straight up miss. So you need to be either the distance away where you can punch the Virtue and then release the chainsaw so that the chainsaw hits the Virtue going out. Or you could Gloost into the Virtue, which will make it deal an extra like 1.5 damage. And then once you hit the Virtue, the chainsaw... Since, for some reason, if you hit the chainsaw with the hammer, I think, it will, yeah. It, for some reason, will bunt the chainsaw, a lot easier. Like, the actual chainsaw comes out right when you bunt the hammer, like, bunt the chainsaw with the hammer, as opposed to putting it past the enemy. So, yeah. I would definitely recommend those two methods. You can also do this. Yeah, which is still really tricky to do. Which is a yellow hit way to kill them. Yeah, I messed it up. It's really hard. Just do Gloost or space out your assault on hits. That's all I'm trying to say. Because I think you try it twice. Yeah, and you don't end up getting the kill. Huge parries. I love what I'm seeing. Like that's what you're supposed to do. Well, if you're close to that Maurice and you have a good read on the Maurice, you can easily deal with the mind flayers and everything. One other thing. I don't know if you know, but the Deerser can only create 3 hit scans. It can't create more than that. So if you try to like add more coins, like here. Right, you see that? It only creates 3 hit scans. It can't create more than 3 hit scans, no matter how many coins you add. Right? I can have this many coins. It will still only create 3 hit scans. For some reason, we got 305 Ultra Ricochet shots. I don't know how that happened, but that's got to be a bug. Yeah, it can only create 3 hit scans. I think I did a sludge coin or whatever it's called by accident, maybe. I think, maybe. Can't confirm. Yeah, let's go to the next best part. What's the logic behind being able to get KB punches with just pressing G versus using the arm swap bind to get the stored punch? Adding a punch yourself? Wait, what do you mean? Being able to get the KB punches with just pressing G versus... Well, the point is that if you aren't in melee range, you can get a arm swap, or what was it called? The punch storage. If you store a KB punch while you're not within melee range, the stored punch, when it comes out, it doesn't cost any arm exhaustion because you already spent the arm exhaustion doing the stored punch. So when it comes out, it costs nothing, which means that you can do another punch following it, which means it's just an extra 2.5 damage added on to anything you do in close range with that punch. So that's the logic behind doing the cancels. I learned this from a stream 2 weeks ago, but this one is a month old. Gotcha. Right. We should be going to about here. Julio. Yeah, I'm assuming you're gonna do the same wave start with the oil on the floor. That was cute. Yeah, respect. Put some respect on my boy Screwdriver. Oh, we got... Oh, okay, so here's something you can do here. Okay, you gotta get out. You're... Okay. Huge thing. If you're being chased by these mind flayers, a Gutterman is not going to do enough, especially when they're radiant. This will pass around, like, you know, wave 70-ish, but once you get, like, all these radiant enemies, this is like a tickle, right? So when you have a sentry, one thing you can do, and this is risky, this is more advanced, you can use the sentry with chargebacks to kill all of these guys instantly. Something I've been practicing recently, and I've been getting really good value, because they always follow you, they're always the most proximate enemy that will receive chargebacks, right? And the nice thing is that chargebacks deal exactly 47 damage, right? 47 damage one-shots a Radiant Mind Flayer. It does a lot of damage to a Radiant Power. And unfortunately, because they're spamming a lot of projectiles, you can just stall in the air pretty long, as long as you don't make any like plays that are too aggressive. I don't know how the hell that power died. What the hell? I guess the chainsaw did it. Yeah, if you just conserve your coins, this is fine too. Yeah, I definitely, in that situation, would not have been so aggressive, especially due to style. Not bad. I like that. The aggressive nuke to get the projectiles off him because Mind Flayer's chasing you. Really good. Really nice. See, you see what I mean? Against Mind Flayers, you can stall pretty easily. Yeah, and now you just have the sentry. I personally would have done it in reverse order. I would have killed maybe like one Mind Flayer or the power, and then I would have used the sentry to my advantage, so I had less variables to react to. Yeah, let's watch that one more time. Screwdriver on the insert, great play. You don't want to focus the insert super much, especially with conduction. Remember, all the other enemies, like if this was Ferryman, I would totally understand. But like, remember that every other enemy in this wave, the sentry, except for the sentry, Gutterman, and Maurice, is flying. You're not going to get any value. And for some reason, there's 3 filth on this wave. Okay. Every other enemy is flying. You're not going to get any good damage from conduction here. So you put yourself in a precarious position. You have Ultrakill rank, right? That's all you can really do with that. Once you do that, you need to put yourself in a position where you aren't dealing with all of these guys head on. Especially in this corner. Yeah, and like you get hit by the Maurice who does the charge up attack. It was just a very unnecessary risk. But it paid off. Yeah. Very well though. Very well done. Yeah, and I will say, when you're like in PB territory, I can completely understand not doing that and just doing what you already know. So don't like feel pressure to do that, but definitely practice it. If you can get even one charge back, remember that's -1 Mind Flayer that you have to deal with, right? Entirely, just boom, it's gone. So it's like you always have to consider that a blessing. The Malrail play, by the way, is super smart. Using the Malrail when you're being chased by Mind Flayers is really good. You're getting at least like 4, 10, 13 damage on everyone around you, and then deflecting all their projectiles so you can just get a soft reset. It's beautiful. I love what you did here. Yeah, this right here. Beautiful. Yeah, 47 damage is kind of insane now. What's one more timestamp? About 40 minutes. Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of glad that I just get to watch these low density waves. It is showing me a lot. Holding on to that screwdriver. I get it. Okay. Yeah, honestly. Ooh. Yeah, here would be a perfect opportunity to abuse these powers. You're taking the more conventional approach. I get it. Okay, I respect the screwdriver there. Yeah, like there, you could easily... Because this thing is just on your ass. Yeah, and you're able to deal with it. But with all those variables in play, again, a sentry chargeback would have made that so much easier, right? And you can probably see that in retrospect. I was so nervous on this wave. That makes sense. I mean, like, when you're stuck, especially when you're stuck in these little columns, these little, like, these thin alleyways, it can be really, really stressful because you feel like, oh, God, like shit's going tits up, you know what I mean? You're in a bad position usually because you can't judge if there's a Maurice above you or if, you know, the ferryman or blah, 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 blah. And there's so many things that can go wrong in a really cramped space that you don't have control over or like something to leech off of with like heals and stuff. I'm gonna just let this play out because the next timestamp is pretty soon, I think. Yeah, 4 minutes. So, but let's see if you get any other like uncommons. Yeah, this is high level Cybergrind. Welcome to Wave 100 though. Is this your first time getting Wave 100? Hold on, I'm interested. Hello, Noobleen. We're doing Cybergrind review. How do you get a sentry charge back on a rocket? Floating in the air is weird and fighting with a mind flare is hard to do. I got the charge back while on the rocket, but it hits mirror the rocket. As long as the rocket is behind you and you're mounting it, the charge back will cause... It can never hit the rocket as long as the rocket is not between you and the enemy that the chargeback is trying to hit. And even still, it'll pierce straight through the rocket if it does happen. If you jump off of the rocket, however, the chargeback will try to hit the rocket instead. Yeah. A big thing that Cybergrind will do is it will teach you that your rocket is very much an explosive. It is very much an explosive that you're standing on. So when you think about that as you're playing Cybergrind, it becomes really useful to position your rocket in certain ways that it's not actually hurting you. Because there's a lot of things that can go wrong by riding it in certain scenarios. Big conduction. Although it only dealt like 4 damage, so big-ish conduction. Although the Ebro was obviously really good, so it was more like 12 damage to all those guys in the center. I think those tight little spaces is usually either the most comfortable, safe thing or the least comfortable thing, depending on if there's a malicious face. Yeah, seriously, like that is 100% true. Will they ever make rockets as priority for coins? I don't freaking know, yo. I mean, I don't know a single time that I ever wanted to, you know, shoot a rocket with a coin, but the game be gaming, I guess. Okay, here we go. I mean, it's just beautiful. Honestly, can I commend you for something? You have a really, really, really great sense of what weapon to pull out when, depending on the situation. At least from what I'm seeing based on these special waves and stuff, you have a great sense of what you're supposed to do. Like pulling out the screwdriver and the insert, you were literally on Ultrakill style for almost the entire wave. Started this wave, I mean. Like, you heard the insert, you found the insert, you stuck the insert. And look, just pay attention to the style. Constantly shooting straight back up to the Ultrakill style. It's so nice. And now here's when you have to play a bit more passive or aggressive, depending on the situation. You just have to be careful. Oof. Oof, okay, yeah, the panic is setting in. Huge. Alright, full reset. You have a reset here. Ah, that sucks. Huge. Is the ferryman, man. Again, like, this is what I mean. Ferrymen, they're the secret evil when it comes to fighting powers. So secret. Because that whole time, the entire time, he's deploying that lightning and forcing you to make decisions that stop you from engaging the power appropriately. And they're just such a huge disruptor in any wave they're in. I can't easily tell you how to deal with them. Putting fire in the stage is pretty much the best thing you can do. Dealing with that insert makes a lot of space for you being able to handle the ferryman on your own. There's not a lot of style to go around. This was just like a wave you had to play passively on. The best opportunity you had to dealing with that ferryman was during that screwdriver time. Because I think one thing you did do, if I'm correct, you did burn a lot of your style engines here. You immediately targeted all of your style engines. And that left you with just the difficult enemies. You had some lifelines. But so long as you know there's a ferryman, like here's the moment. Right here's the moment. You should not have left the stage. You should not have left the stage right here. Right? Because if you can stick to the stage, you can kill these two enemies, you can depend on them for some style, and you have your screwdriver coming up. You knew this. But the closer you are, the easier it is to land that screwdriver, and that's why you missed. Right? If you could just set up a cute conduction combo on this little stage right here, you could kill both of these guys and deal with the powers on their own easily without this ferryman being disruptive. Right? That's the only better thing you could have done. Also, you killed the Maurices and Gunnerman really fast, as opposed to waiting. You knew that this was like, I mean, no, there were no mind flayers, but there were like a lot of special enemies on this wave. So keeping that in mind, lightning always goes off at the worst times. It really does, yeah. Keeping that in mind, that these are all the enemies you have to deal with, especially ferryman power. Like, I can't stress enough how much ferryman power sucks. When you're dealing with ferryman power, you want to kill that ferryman if you can. Otherwise, you have to play as you did in response, which was as passively as humanly possible, spamming coins and hammers and stuff like that. And you don't want to be in that situation where you're living off of parries, if you can help it at least. Yeah, like there you also had an opportunity to get back onto the stage. And that just sucks. Yeah, I mean, that's just two unlucky screwdrivers back to back. You were making mostly all the right plays. At least all the right plays, all the things I would have done. Yeah, let's not linger too much on this. I think, was that the last one? Let's watch this out. We're gonna watch this play out. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much all oh, okay, that sucks. Pretty much all I have to suggest, really. Be very, very mindful of the power ferryman combo. It is a devilish combo. And ferryman mind flare isn't much better either. But specifically ferryman power, I find, is a very forcing move. So yeah, you asked help with enemy priority. When you know you have the resources, you want to focus that ferryman out. Dang, no wonder the lightning is so hard to get away from. It's like always a rad ferryman. Yeah. They're sneaky too. But they do make a sound effect when they spawn. So that's usually your cue to be like, okay, I want to be close to the arena to try to kill this thing if I can. Finding them is a different story. Because they're so shifty and it's really annoying. But, you know, if you can cling to that insert, usually the insert will kill the ferryman, which is really nice. Yeah, and there, right there, that's a weakness of whip rides. If you're slamming or falling down like that, you have to spend a stamina. And that can sometimes mess with your whip ride. So an insta ride probably would have been a bit better there. Unless you did an early stamina. Oh! Your conduction up there, that's funny. Big conduction. Yeah, fun fact, by the way, guys. Providence's... When you grab one of their hook point, the explosion, if it kills an enemy, it doesn't give you any style. Just a fun fact. They're style sappers. It is really evil. Yeah, I don't know if it's just me. Oh, wow. Holy. What a save. I don't know if it's just me, but it feels like Ferrymen have gotten a bit more difficult. And that might just be because of how they combo with other enemies. It's probably the case. They didn't combo very well with Instars. They were pretty annoying with like Mind Flayers and such. But getting the two of them together was like pretty rare. And if it did happen, you were usually making the same play anyway, where you're like taking the Mind Flayers off stage. Another thing. Oh my god, here's another thing that sucks. Sorry, I just had to say this. Ferrymen, they used to give you a style bonus called Ride the Lightning, which would give you so much style. It gave you like 680 style, and if you were in the air, that would be like, I think with coins as well, it'd be like three times that, which is 2,000 style, which is enough for 2 style grades entirely, and then it would proc conduction, and then it would do 10 damage. But they removed that. It doesn't have Ride the Lightning anywhere. Where the fuck is Ferryman? There he is. Right? So pay attention to the style. It just says Ultra Ricochet. Look how much style I got for that. I had the 3 times bonus. I only got like 25% of the bar. Miserable. It is so miserable. It used to give you so much style. Yeah. So charge backing a Ferryman is just like weaker now. It sucks. They literally got a huge accidental glow up. That and the fact that like they're so geeked out that like they'll like jump directly up into the top of the Cybergrind arena, to where you can't reach them after casting lightning, so you can't interrupt them and then you can't kill them. So then when we come back down, they haven't taken any damage from the fire, they haven't taken any damage from conduction, and you can't cancel their attack without doing a chargeback. So secretly, they've become more deadly than like Instars, I would say. Yeah, that's just a shame. Let's see what you did wrong here. What I could try to help with. So first of all, I think that's a red hit on a Virtue. No, it's not. Perfect. Okay. You got the screwdriver off. Yeah, I don't think you want to be in this corner too much. You got the Maurice there. Yeah, you want to get out. There was a Stalker. So far, no problems. Oof, okay. Oh my god, no way. I think I know what your downfall was here. Yeah, oh, that's rough. You did this. This is rough. So, for those who don't know, if you hit a core with a magnet, it causes it to instantly explode. So what Peanut Butter did by accident was drop a core during hit stop, which is fine. But then you also hit it with a magnet, which caused you to take damage instantaneously. So that put you at a severe disadvantage. Now you're one hit. You know what I mean? That's supposed to take 2 hits from everything. Now you're one hit. And a spear is just nearly unavoidable. You would have been able to tank the spear and get the parry probably, but like, that's just so sad. It's too bad they want to rocket right below the map there. No, I don't think so. Get an instant replay here. You got the screwdriver. You still have that screwdriver in there. You lost the screwdriver. You can go underneath the map if you want now. The insert, there is 2 inserts though, so those can be pretty tricky. But more importantly, yeah, and dashing 2, choosing to stay in the arena instead of using the backblast to get away, that was also a bad play. So you just made 2 bad plays back to back on top of each other, and that basically is what caused you to die. Like, you didn't mean to, you know, detonate the core, which caused you to take 35 damage. put you in range of a lot of attacks, and then you dashed into the arena with not even a style bar left to manage. And yeah, I mean, that's just the cards you've been dealt. Would things have gone better if you went off the stage? I don't know if I can say so. I mean, like, earlier, maybe. But, like, here, you obviously wanted to go off the stage earlier. Would things have been better? I'm not sure. They would have been a lot different. You definitely wouldn't have been in this position, at the very least, but... Yeah, no, I totally get it. It is really, really, really hard. Like, Panic is, like, the #1 killer of Cybergrind. If you could be constantly aware of everything that was happening around you, you would make the best plays. And, you know, that's just how the game would work. But, you know, we don't live in that world. But hey, this was a really good run. Again, 40 minutes left, I'm crying. Your proficiency with weapons is really good. Your knowledge of when to use weapons and why is really good. Only things I would suggest, you need to know when to disengage. You took some unnecessary risks at multiple points. Dashing there, obviously, really bad play. And then obviously the cherry on top was getting hit. Learn that virtue one shot that I told you. Really try really hard to focus on the ferrymen when they spawn in, because they will make, again, the only times that the ferrymen spawned in was when other special enemies spawn in, because that's just how special waves work. Like, when they spawn in, these guys are also spawning in. And that's what makes it really fucking difficult. So no one can blame you for that being hard, but if you can try, you really need to focus on those ferrymen. Yeah, we hate ferrymen. Personally, I hate ferrymen. They're like the one enemy that I think actually I struggle with the most. If they were removed from the game, I probably would easily get back to 150, wave 150. I'm so serious. Also, I think conduction is a little broken style-wise. Maybe notice it only gives one style point. Maybe. I know conduction is still good in a lot of scenarios style-wise, though. I don't really notice it that much. I too hate Ferryman. No, Ferryman is worst MO because he can't easily gesture. That's true. And that's the worst part, is that they have the same AI, so they stack on top of each other, and even when you try to, do the lightning on top, they just jump in front of each other and absorb the hit. Yeah. Wow. What a PB. 40 minutes. Conduction should be dealing... So currently it only deals like about 2 damage per proc maximum. It could deal up to something like... We're talking like 5, 6, 7, 8 damage, depending on like what you do. On the first proc, that is. Every other proc, it's less than that. But the first proc is the most important proc. The first proc gets you all the coins, all the magnet damage. That can get you like 8 straight damage on its own, with just like 1 nail involved. Or not 1 nail, a decent amount of nails. But yeah, currently like each conduction pop is capped at 2 damage. Except in very specific scenarios sometimes. Sometimes it isn't that way. But most of the time, that's the case. It is devastating to think about. The style is still great, though. And the damage, that's why ADA is kind of like beast mode right now. Because the jump saw is really, really good. Just like, as long as you can proc that conduction with the jump start to get the massive like 20 damage piece on like any target, it's just like game over for that guy. Hideous masses. Insers, you can get them down to half health. Ferryman, obviously, it's juicy. Beepers. It's just like... ADA is so nasty. Why does the Beeper give so much? Does it really? I didn't know about this. Where's Meeper? There he is. Oh my god, it does! What the hell? I just went from like 0 to max. That's crazy. Yeah, what the fuck? I did not know about that. Guys, don't tell the devs about this. Don't tell the devs about that, guys. Explain? Nope. Nope. That's normal. That's a base game mechanic. cheat code, lol. If you use it for months. Yeah, honestly, I've been doing the same thing with conduction. I didn't know that it did that. I didn't know it was that strong. This guy's just a freaking nugget, man. What a stupid enemy. Good strat. Mr. Incredible Beeper? You could say that. I'm gonna be busy for the next week. I really want you to see the submission review. I'll give you $1. You mean this stream? You want me to see it? Cause I don't mind watching it this stream. Not particularly. I would like to get some food though, because I'm a bit hungry. What's what sound? My parry sound? The parry sound, that's the sound of Cruelty Squad. When the protagonist eats food, he makes that sound. This internet here is ass, that sucks. And now my face is flaking up. It's so dry. Alright, I'm gonna be right back. Just AFK the stream for a bit. I will be back. I would like to go grab some food, put some moisturizer on my face, and then also, yeah, maybe we'll just stall enough time for French to get his thing up. I'll probably do one more review before French's thing. Alright, I will be right back. Stay, don't go anywhere, you guys. Also, if you haven't joined the Discord, make sure you join the Discord. Discord's popping off. It's epic over there. Go join. Hello, hello. I'm back. The Brock is back. I realized I didn't put any music on. I personally can't sit still without any music. Alright. Alright, so that is another review done. Honestly, this was probably my favorite one to review. Thank you so much, Peanut. If you're still here, this was my favorite one. I'm just gonna thank you. How do I say this? This was my favorite run to review in a long while. Awesome. Just open Ultrakill on another Steam account. I thought I deleted my save for a sec. Alright. Is there anyone in the stream who would like to get reviewed? I know French here obviously wants to get reviewed. I'll give you $10. Yeah, I use OBS personally. Well, French's thing is going to take a minute, so which one are you? You can ping me which one you are. Oh, you're Potato? Oh wow, that is long. Here, we'll do it, but I'll skip ahead to about when things get interesting, because starting wave 40, I'm sure you can handle that. No music, because everything's copyrighted. Tragic, I know. Oh, everything is copyrighted. All right. All right, wave 55. Yeah, perfect. All right. Let's see what you said. Oh my god, it's Jackhammer Man? I was just playing a gutter with the Jackhammer. Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Ergo Knocked OS. Okay, might be a few pauses in between because I'm typing stuff. I should cut out. That's fine. Okay, well, don't look like I'm driving drunk. Most of the waves. I go through like 8 angel waves because you keep love sending Heaven's Tower. I fucking hate. Yeah, I get it, man. How I'd like to improve. I think I really struggle with dogfights against mind players and railgun usage. I think, as well as SRS cannon usage. I'd like to improve my pathing overall in CG because sometimes I think I'm literally just moving towards the wrong part of the map sometimes. Okay. Mods, yes. One-shot rank titles, CG, but turned off. CG retry, but turned off. Jackhammer Acolyte. Is using at least one. I mean, pretty much using at least one Jackhammer counts, yeah. Average fader rain fries me. Is using green shotgun a sin? For me, yes. Fucking hate the green shotgun. The win bingo, that'd be really funny because I think everything can go wrong in a single run. Yeah, unfortunately, this is not the bingo day. But yeah, let's go. All right. Starting off strong, wave 56. Oh, wow. Perfect wave to cut to. Whoa.
At French Initora super chatted $5.
Hello, French.
2 cents, 4/6 of the new skyboxes for the mod are done.
Oh, shit.
The last 2 need some more time. Expect portals, nausea, and a similar animated trailer by this month.
Yeah, if you time that on a Saturday, I'd be happy to show the trailer on stream. If you want, I'll do a ping in the server and be like, hey guys, we're gonna react to a stream. To a trailer. Want some exposure. Thank you so much, I appreciate that. French, such a huge donator. Absolutely, yeah. Let me know, because I love the mod. I personally use Lust, like Potato Boy here. The Lust city is so beautiful. I genuinely love it. I'm never taking the mod off. And the performance is way better than I thought it would be. Alright, that's a meeper. Weird that the meeper didn't get killed by the Maurice there. Nice. So what you did, you really just like hard focused on your saws. Here's one thing that's really nice about the oversaw, which you utilized. Oversaw is really, really good for just keeping yourself topped up. And honestly, shocking that you were able to get like, you know, really good value out of the oversaw on flying enemies. Even them in this little nook was actually surprisingly valuable. Because for as much as it didn't look like it was strong, it really gave you a lot of leeway to handle these two. Yeah, and then the screwdriver is just a perfect choice. And now this wave is a done deal. Yeah, so overall, really well done. Ah, okay, so you've got that idle syndrome. Yeah, so big thing. I would definitely suggest, like, a lot of people when they see a bunch of idols, they get like tunnel visioned. And they start like, you know, just not using the weapon they have in their hand to break them all. Right? And that leads to them losing out on a lot of valuable time, right? One thing you can do is use the hammer to not only blast yourself into the other idols, but also just give yourself a lot more movement to avoid a lot more attacks, a lot of other things too. And as well, using the pump charge jackhammer, which you don't use, unfortunately. You can destroy idols, obviously. So I would either recommend using like the saw blade launcher or the nail gun and just adding saws to like a magnet, or using the jackhammer instead to easily launch yourself between idols and other enemies. Because landing a red hit on an idol does not actually put it on cooldown. Yeah, that wave wasn't terribly difficult. Nice nuke. They use the saws to kill powders a lot because they one-shot the electricity. Yep. They also spawn near walls a lot. They kind of do. I mean, they spawn close to the floor. It does not put the hammer on cooldown, which means that you can basically at any speed destroy idols. So it's really convenient. You can also turn during the hit stop to give yourself some really nice movement in any direction. So it's just really, really convenient to be able to do. Holy, oh my god. I'm clenching my butt cheeks right now. There you go. I love seeing CE shotgun. It's not every day. Let me full screen. Alright. Here again we have an idle wave, and like you're trying to do the overpump thing. Another thing too, I mean, if you have the pump charge shotgun, I can actually understand also. Yeah, oh my god, see, you're doing it all over again. You're so fixated on like, you become very tunnel visioned on the one thing that's the objective. The whole time, you've pumped the pump charge shotgun maybe like 3 different times and didn't shoot with it. Like, let's count. 1. Okay, swap. 1. There's 2, I mean. 3. Still haven't shot with it. And in all that time, how much time has passed? Like 8 times, yeah, exactly. You definitely have a tunnel vision problem. You definitely want to focus. Like, the pump charge shotgun is a really great weapon to just like randomly invest time into. That's why I like the pump charge jackhammer as well. Because with pump caches, obviously you have yeah, let me just use idols. You can obviously do hit stop pumps, right? So you can add a pump at the very end. Appreciate your content. Hi.
Super chatted $2. Appreciate your content.
Thank you, Ray, a lot. I appreciate that. If you ever do submit some gameplay, I do actually, people who donate money, if they're in the stream, I let them, I have like a donator list. So people who donate money to me, I let them ahead of everyone else for the occasional review. Right, lot 72. One prio. Alright. Thank you so much. Back to the regularly scheduled program. Yeah, where was I? Right. So, with the pump charge jackhammer, obviously, you can add pumps during hit stop. And that can be really nice for just adding regular damage. But, also as well, if you're just, like, randomly dealing with idols, you can just pump the jackhammer. And it's time that's not wasted, which is extremely important. As long as you're not wasting time, you're making good time with a pump charge weapon. Pump charge shotgun or jackhammer. But, like, with the hammer, at least, you can then pump cash into another explosion, and it's just crazy value. Here, let's go back. Reset this music a bit. There you go. So I like that you pulled out the pump charge shotgun, but you didn't make really good value with it. Ooh, right. See, you know how to rocket dive, but you become so entranced by idols. It's funny. That rocket dive was smooth, though. I mean, hey, we all have weaknesses and vices, so don't feel bad about, you know, getting entranced by an idol. See, man, pump charge jackhammer could do it faster for half the effort, man. Maybe in a month I feel like I'm Cybergrind? Of course. I mean, personally, while I am here to help you guys, I just love yapping about, like, the intricacies of the Cybergrind. So, like, it's really just, like, I get the best of both worlds. I get to talk about something that I love to death, and I also get to help out people who want help with stuff. Very nice. Very cute. See, man. I'm getting... Oof, my bias is creeping in, man. My bias is creeping the hell in. Use the pump charge so much there, but it just didn't get much value. And it's not even your fault, too. It's just like, it's so unbelievably stiff. Like, here's the thing. Pump charge shotgun, as you know, right? And I'm sorry that I'm lingering on this. Pump charge shotgun, it deploys the explosion directly on top of your location, right? Nothing more, nothing less. Pump charge jackhammer, however, it deploys the explosion on top of the target, right? It doesn't deploy on your location unless you miss. If you miss, it's on top of your location. But if you hit a target, it's on top of the target. So it makes hitting, you know, mind flayers and stuff like that a lot easier for a lot more damage. It's just like, man, I'm sorry. Let's try to dive there. I was ready for the jackhammer whenever mind player shows up, yeah. I'm sorry. That's just my hate bone. My hate bone is so strong right now for the pump charge shotgun. I have a gift for it too. Right, yeah, you can avoid self-damage entirely. If literally, as long as you just have like good spacing, you can avoid the self-damage entirely from the pump charge jackhammer. As well, remember hit stop pumps. Hit stop pumps make you overpump faster. A hit stop pump lets you overpump in 1.5 seconds, and the pump charge shotgun has to overpump in 1.65 seconds. So it's slightly longer with the shotgun than it is with a hammer, surprisingly. And then you obviously have pump caches, ones that you do a 1 second overpump with the pump charge jackhammer. It's like, I don't know, man. Like, it's advanced stuff, but you know, it's just my jackhammer brain, my least favorite part of it. I mean, hey, that's the nice thing about it, though. It's the same thing with rocket rides, where if you're using a stamina bar to overpump, you can time your stamina with an enemy's attack to avoid both the enemy's attack and your pump charge explosion. So you can actually get good value with it, because sometimes with the pump charge jackhammer, you're trying to avoid the damage of someone else's attack as well as sorry, I'm just making sure. Okay, the easy wave now. Okay, good. I'm trying to lock in on the special waves, the uncommon waves. But yeah, with the pump charge jackhammer, you'll end up still spending stamina to dodge an enemy's attack. So it's not always that you can save stamina. It's just convenient that you don't always have to. Cute. You can do that to flare beams? Yeah, exactly. If you can time your dash, you can make use of both dodging the explosion and dodging the enemy. So, you know. Spending a stamina isn't all that bad. Except in the case of double hammer boosts. It's just fucking ridiculous that a whip ride costs 0 stamina and you can do it pretty much almost any time. 0 stamina for an overpump damage in half the time is ridiculous. Also, I love the use of the slab piercer here. Probably gonna do it again, no? Okay. Nice. Yeah, slab piercer does mega damage to Providences. Deals 7.5 on a direct hit, and with the slab coin, it deals 18 damage, which is enough to one-shot. I personally have been using the slab piercer a lot lately. Love it to pieces. It like the one hole I've constantly had in my loadout is dealing with Providences, and it is so great at dealing with Providences. It's a bit tricky, but it gets the job done if you're careful. One of my own two, yeah, exactly, literally the same thing for me. I used to run the attractor nail gun, but it's still just so bad because like it would be so much better if magnets had better attraction. Also, very nice, very clinical. You seem to have 0 problem with inserts. Only problem I'm detecting so far is that with idols, and mind flayers to some degree. You try to use the pump charge shotgun for idols. Nice, very delicious nuke. Yeah, I mean this is what you do on this specific arena. Right up there. What's your thought process behind AAD, since you're here? On nail guns, I mean. Because you're using the overheat saw blade. I did like how you used it earlier. I just want to know, like, what's your intention? Yeah, the nail guns. Nice. Oh my god. Low-key kind of lucky that Mind Flayer didn't die to friendly fire there, but hey, I mean, a screwdriver paid off. It did its job. Yep, and here's the ferryman. Doing the ferryman things. Huge. Meeper, yes! Okay. The Meeper sold so hard. Nice. Yep, full reset. This is just a done deal wave. What was that? Look at that movement. What the hell? Did you dash? What was that? Like how you did that little tap strafe thing. What is that? Rocket wave? No, this specific tap strafe. When you hit a rocket, well, I know that, but like you move so suddenly. Like, look at that. It looks like you tap strafe like an Apex or some other movement shooter, but that's fine. I'm just like amazed. I'm not like criticizing anything. Beautiful. Yeah, you have no problem with inserts at all. Wonderful. Let me go back. Wall. Same way people screwed. Oh yeah. You hit a wall with enough speed, you bounce. Gotcha. Yeah, I remember seeing that. That makes sense. That looks really cool though. Sorry. Easy wave. Okay, nice. Unconventional Ratu kills, but it's fine. Oh my, wow. Yeah, you gotta get a reset here. I would not engage. Do not engage. There you go. Yeah, full reset, and you're fine. Yeah, the reset was very important there. I'm not sure why you greeted that. I'm messing with my micro a lot starting here. Just because I don't... That's fine. No, I get it. Yeah. What's really nice is sometimes you do a play so stupid, not you specifically, but like people in general will do a play so stupid where like they snap back to, oh wow, oh my god. You snap back to reality and you're like, oh wait, I'm playing Cybergrind, I gotta lock in. And then you lock in. So that moment might have been that right there for you. Need to incorporate whip price more often because it gets stuck with no stamina too. That is true. There was a decent chunk of time there. It was just like a government wave too. Oh dear. Yep, cannonball doing cannonball things. Thank you, drone. Yeah, kill that ferryman, kill that boy. Whip right there would have been spectacular. Alright, yeah. I mean, this wave is pretty much yours as long as you pace your things. Do, 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 do. Holy. Yep. Saw the through line. Alright, it's just 4 enemies now. These providences are not a threat when you're at full health. Yeah, I think you're definitely a bit focused on them. Very nice. Yeah, I would definitely recommend when you're dealing with providences, it's really nice to be able to just like hammer boost them, right? Excuse me. Oh my god. Hammer boosting a providence is really useful. Because not only does it leave them at like 4 health, it leaves them within range of like any other thing being able to kill them. And that is really, really nice. Yeah, there you go. Obviously, you have your bread and butter combo with that one-shotting, which only did once, by the way, which surprised me. Yeah, hammer boost in general, bring them really low, and other enemies that deal friendly fire damage to them will just basically kill them. Brings them also within a really close coin range, too. What's micro and macro? It's terms that I like to use to describe how players navigate the Cybergrind. So micro is when you do that, like, you know, real coin combo, that conduction play. You know what I mean? Like, it's a matter of executing the stuff you know in real time. That's what micro is, right? The skill play. What macro is getting yourself into a position where you can have the best amount of options and those options being the best options that you have, right? Like, for instance, being so high in the arena is a really bad macro play, because if you're facing off against, like, Mind Flayers or Sentries, sure, you might know, you know, a lot of ways to kill them instantly, but it's extremely hard to be able to do that if you're so far up in the arena like this. Potato here is being very mindful of that, and every time they go a bit high, they come right back down. Which is great. Taking it very slowly. There's just a lot of enemies on this wave that force you to play slowly. So, full respect. Oh my god, so many Providences. Yeah, for instance, the macro play here is to just go full aggro. Because, yeah, like that will happen. Because if you go full aggro in that situation, the Mind Flayers and the Powers will take a lot of damage from other enemies. Mirror Reapers in this wave also, wow. I think it's very likely that the Inser stepped on the power. Yeah, I think, yeah. No, that's not what happened. Something else killed the power. But if you really clumped up with like an Inser or like a Maurice or something like that, the good macro play is to have those Mind Flayers and stuff swarm the Inser, because those enemies will kill the enemies around you with friendly fire. But that play was very good. And you can also use Conduction as a buffer to make sure that you don't get, you know, sniped or anything. Very nice. Yeah, Screwdriver tends to be a very good macro play. Because it enables you to make better decisions with less resources. The only resource you commit is the Screwdriver. And you get health, you get style, you lose hard damage. And just like that, Small Potato Boy, with so little, was able to make realistically any play they wanted to deal with that insert. Should I be screwing the insert more? I only use it for Mind Flayers and Power sometimes. Yes, definitely screw inserts. That sounds so bad. You should be using the Screwdriver on inserts as much as you can. Remember that inserts take 0 friendly fire damage. So unlike Mind Flayers and Powers, Powers are a weird case for some reason, but specifically Mind Flayers, using the Screwdriver on a Mind Flayer is tricky sometimes, because remember that they can take friendly fire damage, so if a Maurice is behind them and the Maurice blicks the Mind Flayer in the back of the head, you lose all of your Screwdriver value, because the Mind Flayer is dead now. So you really want to use a Screwdriver on a Mind Flayer if it's technically necessary. Like, you know, if you want to isolate the Mind Flayer from a power, it would be a good idea to screw the Mind Flayer. Keep them in a place where you're not kiting enemies, so that those enemies, excuse me, aren't blicking down the Mind Flayer. Yeah. Screw an insert, yeah. Strange thing to ask, but alright. Should I be screwing inserts? Alright, here we got virtues. Rough. Yeah, man, the pump charge is really bad at dealing with rad shoes. Unless you can get that parry. It's just so much nicer having the option to kill a virtue with the pump charge jackhammer, regardless of the parry. Slightly edited, yeah. Very nice. Yeah, oh my god. Sentries, especially Radries, they are so freaking dominant, man. You can knock that one off if you see the opportunity. Beautiful. Beautiful. Easy reset. You have an easy reset right here. Yeah, I mean... This is basically unlosable now. Ah, damn. Yeah, if you throw the coin higher, it would have been easy, but I mean, you killed it anyway. I just said my personal best achievement. So yeah, of course. I review anyone at any level, as long as they're not playing on, Heartless or Lenient. I will review you. Standard, Violent, or Brutal. I will review. I do not discriminate with skill levels. Yeah, very nice. I mean, clinical way of handling this specific level. Yep. The slow fall. Ah, dude. I love you, Saws. You're so cool. Is there a Cortex one-shot for Rad Choose? No, not really. You mean with the shotgun? There's a Radchu kill for every single hammer. Yeah, no, the Cortex shotgun does not have a Radchu kill. At least not a one-shot. You can two-shot them. I mean, I guess, technically, you can one-shot them on a parry, but it is so unbelievably hard to do. I just wouldn't recommend it. Like, so many things have to line up. Oof, instead of... Yeah, you missed the screwdriver. That sucks. Yep. And here, when you miss a screwdriver, you tend to develop the habit, I mean, we all do it, to cling on to your style engines. And now you have to deal with these enemies head on. Huge, 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 huge. Just passive, passive. Don't make any stupid plays. Yep, easy, easy. Now you go full aggro. You got Ultrakill style. Thank you, screwdriver. Dude, I love the screwdriver. I love it, I love it, I love it. I think Andrew said something about punch caches. Can't do punch caches usually mid-game. Yeah, I mean, technically, yeah. Like, it's especially doable with the pump charge shotgun. You can do like a... Oh, wow. You do a, what's it called? You store a KB, and then you KB into pump charge shotgun. That's very doable. Spirit of my beloved is very true. Come on, bruh. Yep. Using other enemies as cover against sentries is also great. They deal 15 damage to other enemies. Nice. Yeah, nothing can one-shot you right now. You're safe as long as you get a heal in. Very nice. Very, very nice. We all live for those moments. Yep. And I'm assuming... Okay. Yeah, it's rough. Very nice screwdriver. Got the corkscrew blow, though. That's sad. What? What? Oh, how is that not a parry? What? You literally punched the power! What is that? What is that balarkey? What the hell? Yeah, I don't know how you lived that one either. The play definitely, if you screwdriver the power, you stay on stage. When you put that overheat saw blade down, that saw blade is basically a beacon of healing for you. Back here in the very beginning of the wave. Like that right there, I don't know, you might have destroyed the magnet though by accident, I can't really tell. Yeah, you might have. Yeah. Big... I mean, what you did earlier, I don't even know if you know that you did it correctly. Like, yeah, you destroyed the magnet. You want to use the overheat saw blade as like a buffer. It's basically like a mini conduction safe zone where anything that enters basically just gives you free healing. Yeah, and if you screwdriver the insert, I mean, that's a bit of a choice thing to do. That's if you feel more confident in your power 1v1s. But it's definitely an option that you didn't consider at the time, I imagine. It won't always be the better play, but it is something that you should definitely consider doing. Use the oversaw aggressively. You know what I mean? Use it as a way to heal, despite enemies being around you. Wow, that is a lucky parry. You did not mean to do that at all. Nice. So beautiful. Very nice. Oh my god, that's kind of lucky actually. Landing a cannonball on a rad prop is just like winning the lottery. Used up all my luck for the next year on this, yeah. That and on the rad prop kill. I honestly thought that hook point was a Maurice. I was panicking. What's your FOV, by the way? It looks like it's like 130 or something. Oh my god, I can't tell what's going on. Pure skill coping. No, the magnet miss! I have no oversaw going into this. You're fine. It's not so bad of a wave, but... Again, missing that oversaw makes such a big difference. Cat fight, cat fight. Cat fight, cat fight. Got cat. Cat's fight. Yeah, easy wave. Why is there one sanded stray? Like, are we serious? It's 130? What can I say? I've got an eye for eyes. Realize, realize, realize. When is it worth stalling hard damage with flying enemies? What does that mean? Like stalling on like the side of the map or something, or like not engaging something so that you can wait out hard damage? Is that what you mean? You know my FB better than I know. What did you have to check? Side of the map, yes. When is it good to do it? You need to be confident in your rocket riding abilities, first of all. Obviously, it's best when you have a screwdriver. But generally speaking, when you know that you can isolate the flying enemies to a point where you can secure parries on them. Like, as long as you can rocket ride in a direction and get parries, you're good to go. Okay, this is the wave you die on. Ooh, yeah, you don't want to be off stage. You want to be on. No! Oh! That was just a series of bad things. Damn. That sucks. Yeah, so let's just do a quick replay of what happened here. You had the right idea. Once you destroyed the only idol, you could easily farm off of the Mind Flayer, right? You knew there's a Mind Flayer. Once you get that Screwdriver and the Mind Flayer, literally just farm damage, everything will shoot, and you'll get all that healing. You're at Ultrakill style, but you fell off the map, unfortunately. And now you're forced to Screwdriver off the map, which leaves you isolated with these enemies that aren't taking friendly fire damage. And then you accidentally mess up the rocket ride, you miss the parry, you miss the projectile boost, which, I mean, albeit I don't know how much that would have helped, but... Goodbye, Screwdriver. Goodbye, rocket ride. Goodbye... That's so sad. Ugh, it was literally just like 4 bad things happening back to back. I mean, that much like failed momentum is just what happens. She would have saved me there. Really should have sawed the Swords Machine. Ah, I see. Yeah, I mean, here, and you had no stam too. Here, you like hardcore need to depend on a whip ride. Obviously, when you have a frozen rocket, it's really hard to whip ride, which sucks, and it's a lot to keep track of. So, honestly, I feel like if you were put in this situation again, you wouldn't have made the same mistakes. The better play would have been to keep them all in this little area. All you do, land a Screwdriver on one of these enemies, power, Mind Flare, Ferryman doesn't really matter, and then you just spam explosions, and it's just easy as pie from there. You had the right idea, but getting bounced out like that really sold the deal. Wasn't even trying to project that boost. I might have been parrying my demons. Oh my god. Well, that was good though. You did really good. There were a lot of things you did right. Is this a reaction stream? Yeah. This is me basically. A lot of people, they send in gameplay of them playing the Cybergrind, and all I do is talk about what they did right, what they did wrong, what to work on, ways to respond to certain enemies in certain scenarios, and ways to just improve in the game overall. So the Cybergrind review, yeah. If you want to have your gameplay review, join the Discord, follow the submission process. But yeah, let me quickly react to this. Why can't I react to this? Did you make it so I can't react? The original message was deleted. Oh. Okay. Well, I'm gonna react the only way I know how. Also, welcome, I know you for. Thank you. Also, I swear the thing is coming. I'm at like 60, 100 frames. Oh, yeah. No, I understand. I rarely see these types of streams or videos. This is definitely a good watch. Rarely? Awesome. Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of stuff that I love doing. My headset's being weird. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Yeah, we're good. Well, hey, that's that. I don't know if French is here, but I think French uploaded the thing. I want to quickly check. Mr. Skybox is update this month? Yeah, I would say give the pump charge jackhammer a try. Okay, yeah, it's still processing. Give the pump charge jackhammer a try. You don't have to use it. The way you were using the pump charge shotgun outside of with the tunnel vision on like the idols and stuff was like pretty good, I would say. Though I don't know, I feel like you're just choosing an objectively worse weapon. Like there were so many scenarios where the pump charge jackhammer would have just been infinitely better, unfortunately. You hate to see it. Damn, it's still processing. You have a question? What's up? Hit me. 100 students still coping? You can do it. You can definitely do it. You just need to have more awareness Because again, there are multiple times where you were knocked into situations you didn't want to be in, and you got kind of lucky in those situations. I can't lie. Play aggressively, right? When you have that oversaw, you want to play aggressively with those enemies on the floor. They will give you so much healing, so much damage, right? And that will allow you to better handle the power, what's it called? Waves. And again, screwdriver, if you miss a screwdriver, it just happens, but you want to be in situations where you're using the screwdriver aggressively and then playing around the screwdriver. That will always help. Are FUPs worth trying to implement? Yeah, no, definitely. I personally, I only FUPs like twice in my my fraud PB, which is wave 150. So they're not necessary, but yeah, I mean they're good, definitely good. You can use them to like block projectiles. You can use them obviously to get the 7 damage. If you take damage, you get iframes for taking damage, so you can control your iframes. You don't lose, you don't gain hard damage when you FUP. So FUP into like a Knuckle Blaster or a Slam generally heals you back up all that health you lost. It's really good. I don't know when I'm willing to sack health. You're willing to sack health when you're at full health. Pretty much most of the time that's when you want to sack health. And when you know that you're able to Knuckle Blast an enemy immediately after doing it. Generally, you want to be... The Knuckle Blaster heals you for 30 when you punch an enemy. So if you FUP and then Knuckle Blast, you basically only lose 5 health. And you get iframes, and you get the explosion damage, and you get the punch damage. So it's like there's no real net loss. Yeah, what's the challenge you're offering? What's a FUP? A FUP, it stands for Frozen Unfriendly Pull. I'll show you actually right now. Here. Huh. Hold on. Headset's being weird. Gotta use my new headset cord. I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything. Bear with me. There you go. Alright. A FUP is basically if you freeze a rocket, right? Pull the rocket to yourself and you explode yourself. Key differences between doing it unfrozen, right? If you pull a rocket normally, why am I mounting that? I'm not even holding space. You get like a decent 7 damage explosion. But if you pull a frozen rocket, the explosion radius is increased extremely high. So you basically get like a lot more damage because not only does that counteract damage fall off, which is basically the larger the explosion, the less damage it deals, so more damage is dealt in the center. So because the radius is larger, more damage is dealt to more enemies, which is really important. And you can also do that in as little as like 0.3 seconds, basically. So it's really good. I think if you see like 2 or more big enemies next to you with the Maurice, FUP's pretty nice. Yeah, it's definitely context dependent. So I randomly thought, what if I join a random stream for Ultrakill and challenge a streamer, want to race through Prelude Gluttony to Minos Prime? Prelude to Gluttony to Minos Prime. I don't mind. That could be, yeah, let's do it. That'll be quick. French is still uploading his thing, so we'll pad the time. Are we doing like P rank rules, or are we doing like, okay, are we doing no clip? Like, I mean, what's it called? Oob, out of bounds. Are we allowed to go out of bounds, or are we not? Because I would prefer not having to go out of bounds. Just go fast? What about out of bounds? This is kind of fun. I'm excited to do this. No out of bounds? Yeah, I don't want to do out of bounds either. Just fast. Alright. Whenever you send the message, full intro? No, do no. Just press no. Come on. Let me know when you're ready, and I'm pressing no in full intro. Go, okay. This is kind of exciting. Oopsie daisies. I'm not a speedrunner, so... I suck. Why am I pressing buy? I could have just skipped that too, I bet. Going fast, going fast, going fast. Bro. Wow. I'm really curious as to where this is going. What do you think, guys? Am I washed? 25 seconds, it might be my fastest time. I think if I fuck here, I can kill everything. Oh, well that works just as well, actually. And Cerberus, I don't really know the one-shots for Cerberus here. Say, bro, come on. I know some speedrunning tactics. Yo, it's this Minecraft? It's onion. Onion rings. I haven't played Limbo in so long. Bro, you're not real. Probably could have just moved on past them. Oh. I'm wasting precious time. Waste precious time yet again. What's that sound? Something just happened outside and it low-key spooked me. I don't even know what that sound was. Oh, it's fireworks. 4th of July. Come on, Brad. Thank you. Alright. Coming there, bombs. Oh yeah, it's that. How am I doing? Oh. Get out of my way, bruh. What? Let me grab the soap, thank you. Oh, I suck. I tried to do speedrunner shit. Agreedent? Yeah, that's pretty much what I would say towards destruction of the senses. What the fuck? I suck. Holy shit. What? I died to V2. I'm so chopped. Holy chopped. Okay. That's insane. This is tragic. I fucked up the... That's how little I played the campaign right there. I fucked up this fucking V2 one shot. And then I just eat shit. Those who don't know, I'm, I guess... What am I even doing? I could have just gone out the other exit. I'm, I guess, speedrunning against, a viewer right now. This is causing you strength victory. Call me huge, call me fat, call me demon. He's washed? Yeah, you could say that. My goat is washed. Is indeed true. God, I love Fold so much. What? I don't have my broken. How do I suck this bad? Oh my, whoa. That was miserable. Holy, no one clipped that. No one clipped that. That was actually so bad. My pups are on point though. Thirty heroes will be coming out of my dude. I'm currently someone came into the stream and they challenged me to a speedrun from Prelude through Act 1. So I am halfway through doing that. They also said Minos Prime. Bro. What? They hit the fucking magnitude, it's so over. And I missed the parry. The fuck? Oh, slow as hell. But the hand is so, yeah, the hand does have so much HP. I could have. Oh no, wait, no, out of bounds. That's right. Hey, don't be silly, me. What? Oh, I didn't even hit him. Bro. And then let me go. Damn. Oh shit. Dude, my pups have been on point. Heck yes. Hit Minos, bro.
Machine, turn back now. The layers of this talent.
Those all went through him, bro. Fuck my life. How did I die there, dude? I'm so top. This is how good my game will be. How am I? How? Oh my god, I suck. If I die again, it's actually so over for me. Alright, and now we minus. Bro. I did it! Time. I did it. As far as I'm concerned, that's all I had to do. This run has been, we're so back, it's so over, we're so back. GG's, I lost. Ah. Oh my god, someone clipped me doing the fucking... someone clipped me in the freaking, what is it called? The Mind Flayer shit. So ass. Well, GG. The gluttony? Nice. Cybergrind encourages you not to rush, or stuff like this encourage you to rush. Yeah, I am not a good speedrunner at all. I'm not good at speedrunning in the slightest. I guess I could have done minus and then gone to Gabriel. Yeah, that was backwards. It's my bad. Why regular overheat nail gun? Just curious. Overheat nail gun, it's just the fastest nail output for conduction. That's why. Yeah, personally, I don't know how much you know about me, Sneck. I am a Cybergrind player. I'll show you my PB right now. Here's my PB on Brutal. Next sub 1 prelude from Bronco incoming. Or someone should have clipped Gabe. Yeah, I'm kind of the wrong guy to challenge on that kind of thing. That was before fraud. My current fraud PB is 151. What's your fastest time for Axe 1 Gabriel? Let's find out. 35 seconds. Alright, French, I'm sure your thing is done, so let's review yours, and then I think we'll call it from there. We'll call it the stream. I'm sure I have it right here. Going Giga Beast mode in Brutal Cybergrind. Is this lightly edited out of curiosity? All music's copyright free for streaming. Awesome sauce. Mic wasn't being recorded. Usual quality of life lines very consistent with FUBs. Powers are easy to deal with now, except rad powers. Fair. I also use oil and Death Stars now. Cool. Gameplay has been more aggressive recently, which is risky but cool. It pays off in some days. Makes me die early in others. Recommend skipping the boring waves. Okay. Yeah, we'll play that by ear. Oopsie daisies. Ooh, okay. I see. We're featuring the volumetric skybox. Ooh. All right. Man, how does it feel having a wave start at 50 now, man? Can't come soon enough, yeah. Honestly, volumetric skybox is definitely like a top 10 mod for me. Sharpcoin and Slab Piercer combos are pretty interchangeable. Don't worry about which one's better. Just do which one is better depending on the situation. Like, obviously, with, like, against, like, Providences, a Slab Coin combo is really good. And then against an enemy like a Gutterman where you just want to, or like an Insur, where you want to get, like, just a quick kill or a quick proc on, like, the death animation. Oh, wow. Looking under the... Oh, okay. Yeah, it can be really useful for that too. So generally, the rule of thumb is okay. Wow. Generally, the rule of thumb is if you're in the air, slab coins are better, and if you're on the ground, slarp coins are better. So, there you go. So yeah, we're tired through our prelude, and I forgot to skip Limbo, fell behind in Lust. Yeah, I got fucked by V2 though. Yeah, I forgot many parts that you could skip in Limbo as well. This is, Uvnik FT in a stream? What do you mean FT? Yes. Give me style, Mirror Reaper. Oof. God, I hate these angel waves so much. Yeah, the Death Star should have cleaned them up real nice, but I'm surprised it didn't. Oh well, I mean, you're bouncing back pretty well. Honestly, of all things you could have done there to get out of there, a Whip Ride would have been best, but I like that too. Peter. I also got destroyed by V2. I successfully did the speedrun thing, but I did it in 28 seconds, so my average 17, 18. Yeah. I think my PB is, how much? I think it's 20 seconds on Brutal. Dude. Lovely screwdriver. Never got little problems, my life is yours. Listen, as long as, like, Providences, like, because, like, obviously they're built in so that you can whiplash them during a specific window. But it doesn't matter unless you're, like, you know, basically face-fucking them. Because, like, they'll just straight up dodge. They'll, like, break the whiplash, and it just ruins the whole point of doing it in the first place. If it made it so that they didn't break the whiplash after you successfully waited for them to do the attack animation, then that'd be W. That'd be a W change. It would give at least like multiple new ways to deal with them. Minus 17 seconds, no dead coining. Yeah, I personally haven't didn't dead coin it at all for V2 either. No, to be fair, my PB is on Brutal, where V2 has more health. Does it have any use beside Wave Start? Yeah, of course it does. You want to use the Fire Starter, same as you would with the Saw Blades. You want to use it when you know you're going to be kiting. Oh my god. The hit stops. The hit stop fucking emotes or emojis, whatever the fuck they're called. Yeah, probs are very uninteractive. I mean, pretty much every enemy in Fraud to some degree is like, I'm here, deal with it. You know what I mean? As opposed to just being like, you know, some cool thing. It's very like, you know, flexible counterplay. Like Virtues now more than ever have very flexible counterplay. And Stalkers, they've always had flexible counterplay. Sentries now less more than ever, but I would still say it works. Fuck that street cleaner. Minus probably a normal enemy, yeah. Oh. There's a friggin' bug in my room. Hold on. I'm still watching. There's a moth. Oh, chill TF out. Alright, let's see a difficult wave. I'll skip ahead. You said we should skip. I will take that opportunity. Oh wow. Can I ask why you turned blood on, by the way? This is rough. There you go. Yeah, also... Yeah, I mean, as long as you can make a playlist with, like, copyright free. Jesus Christ. This moth is flying everywhere. All Cybergrind music except for King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard or whatever the fuck it's called. Everything there is free, copyright free, I think. Keep submitting reviews. YouTube will also tell you. Yeah. YouTube itself will be like, oh, there's copyrighted material in here. And you can mute it through YouTube as well, if like one of the songs slips through. Oof. Sorry, I'm a bit distracted by this freaking moth. It keeps flying in front of my monitor. Very annoying. Yeah, you seem to struggle with powers. I'll try to pay more attention to them when they're around. It's Peter. I don't know why Peter's the funniest one to me. Ah, okay, I see you. Keeps me focused. Nice. Wow, huge fup. That's another thing. Fupping when you have a screwdriver in an enemy close by is really good. It's basically free 7 damage at that point. That was great. A bit rough at first. Beautiful. Yeah, it is retap actually, I forgot. It's not Peter, it's retap. Yeah, the way you use hammers is definitely really interesting. Oh my god, I saw that screenshot. I saw that. We're gonna move past that, but I saw that. I know what you are. Very nice. Yeah, they turned it on purpose. Why is this Cybergrind so chill? Not the gameplay, just the music. It's just so chill. Ooh, I love that. The little jackhammer play was so cool. I've went ultra killed myself. Huge. What? There you go, I was about to say, must have been on a freaking shred of life. I would say with none too, yeah. Yeah, so far I would say this is pretty standard gameplay. This is definitely okay. How many times have you killed an enemy with a screwdriver from far away? Wow. What the fuck is that? Dude, look at this guy. Look at this piece of shit. Fucking jiggle peaked French. And then he immediately comes out the moment he's done. What a bitch. What an actual bitch. And double hammer boosts are so pimp against powers. Yep. I mean that's just a dead power right there. It's definitely choice. Oof. I don't know if you were here earlier, French, but Ferryman has been ruining a lot of people's days. Oh, what a bitch. You've gained a sub, by the way? Awesome, thank you so much. I think I saw you eyeballing the cannonball. Just in case. Oh man, the frames. Did you see the 2 pin clips I sent yesterday, by the way? I did, yes. Bro, where? Okay, seriously? Serves him right. So fat. Oh my, that's rough. Yeah, whenever I'm hanging around a radiant gutter tank, I'm always playing hit and run. I am never lingering. Damn, the missed screwdriver. Very nice. Whenever I'm out of rockets on the map and there's a Reaper, yeah, me too. Hashtag relatable. Nice. Yeah, just let that power rot, and you're good to go. Okay. Yeah, you got to be really careful when there's a radiant gutter tank. They will burn your style. Really great use of the screwdriver here. Yeah, so far it seems like your main strategy for powers is ignoring them. I don't think I've seen you parry a single power to death. Which is fair. I respect just ignoring powers flat out to some degree. Not gonna sugarcoat it. Keyboard. When are you planning to do the D&D thing? Got that anytime because we gotta do time times so we want another minute. I'm thinking it's really difficult. I'm currently setting up. I was already setting up like my own campaign. I mean, Andrew kind of like, well, what's the word? Not forced me into it, but like said that I would DM, and I was like, yeah, I'm okay with DMing, but I didn't confirm that I would. But I'll have that figured out, I'm sure. I'm currently developing a world for my friends, my personal friends. But I'm down to reuse that world for a one-shot. I just have to get that figured out. I work pretty hard on these things. Jesus Christ. Nice. Even though the pump cash was so unnecessary, it was still satisfying. Yeah, no, I'm happy to do it. It's you, Equinox, and Cynthia, I believe. Dude, I don't... French, I don't know how you tolerate this bullshit. You watched the dog plead before you shot him square between the eyes. Hey, have you ever watched D&D shows? Just out of curiosity. Cute little punch storage there. Three frames per sometimes. What does that mean? It's pretty chill, honestly. What's pretty chill? Beautiful. I'm trying to get a read on the stuff that I can potentially help with. The low frame rate. Watch Pokemon 1, played Pokemon 1, never finished it with like 4 different time zones. Jesus, yeah, I know what that's like. Got to wait 45 brutal with the Linguini loadout. What's the Can you send the Linguini loadout in for Brocolite? I'm actually curious. I'm gonna guess what it is. The Linguini loadout is it's 88 revolvers. It's DDD shotguns. And it's AAD nail guns. TV frames for sometimes it's like when slideshow. Yeah, I see what you mean now. Yeah, I mean, you just kind of slow played this wave. You hit that? No, you didn't. Oh. Kind of sick. Man, set that boy on fire. Set that boy on fire now. Okay. Was I correct about Linguini's loadout? Nice. Oh my. Oh, holy fat. Got the whiplash on a prop. That's funny. Oh my god. Top 10 things you never see. Triple slab is interesting. Huge, huge. God, there's so many. Fuck the Radiant drone in particular. Can't wait for different that to be named like chess openings. We already have stuff like that. We've already given Neuron Activated the name of ADA on nail guns. I guess we're doing this then. This game with any parry mod is actually peak. Oh shit. Dude, the music. Broccoli pre-revamp loadout. Earning for roast variation. What's earning for Roja? That is a funny name. It's just like a chess opening. Alright, this is it. Yeah, let him sit. Let him sit. No, you're gonna kill him. No more style engine for you. Big parry. This is a fat risk. Oh! What is Blood doing? Oh no. What the fuck? What's that insert doing? That is a huge risk. I mean, like, number one, I don't know why the fuck this happened, but like, inserts, when they're on the top of the arena, they will try to hit you when you're underneath, and that can be extremely rough, because if you can't judge which direction the punch is coming from, you're more often than not going to get hit. I think that fighting enemies underneath the arena is a bit weaker nowadays, especially with powers. Just having to focus on two things at once while this third guy is over here and also the ferryman doing its own thing, it's like, man, it's rough. Yeah. And that's just Mind Flare. Yeah, I personally would not have focused that insert. I would have just let him keep the screwdriver in, and I would have tried to fight the other enemies up here if I could. See, a big thing, if you fight the... Oh my god, there's fireworks going on close to my house. It's fucking loud. If you fight the enemies like up here-ish, these are the two long-range enemies that are threats, and then you can see the inserts, you know what I mean? The only other thing that's a threat that you, by going underneath the stage you avoid, is the sentry. But the sentry can be used for chargebacks to, what's it called? To kill these mind flayers. Because remember that chargebacks deal 47 damage. The only thing you're avoiding by being down here is the sentry, for the most part. Yeah, I mean, obviously a well-timed, what's it called? No, I mean, well-timed parry would have helped. I mean, a whip ride also would have helped, just saying. If you whip riding lets you face a different direction, you know what I mean? So, like, if I'm doing this, I can turn to face where I know the enemies are as the rocket is sent out to grab me, you know what I mean? And that's obviously really nice. Another thing, like, if you are using insta-rides, projectiles can pretty easily narrow in on your location. If you do like this, the projectiles will, like, get sent in a really weird and inconvenient arc for them to hit you. Obviously, if the goal is to parry, generally insta-rides would be better for that situation, but insta-rides forcing you pretty much to look in the direction that you're doing the insta-ride in is a bit risky. Yeah. So I would definitely recommend on a wave like this playing on stage. If it was like insert power mind flare, then maybe I would understand a bit better. But with the ferryman especially, just like he's basically playing keep away. You can't be here, you can't be right here, and then, you know, these inserts doing their attacks, and it's like, you know, mind flare or whatever. And again, he's pressuring you to move. And because you're pressured to move, like if without the ferryman being there, you wouldn't have been pressured to move, and you could have just handled the 1v1 pretty easily. Or the 1v2, I mean. Yeah. That was good though. For the most part, really good gameplay. I think, yeah, what I would recommend is trying your best to play into the strengths of what other enemies give you, right? That obviously being mainly sentries. But also, like, you know, if you play on the stage with Maurice's alive, especially with Maurice's alive, you have a lifeline, number one. Like, you know, back here, you have a lifeline by being on stage. You have a lifeline with the screwdriver, too. With these Maurices right here. And staying with them, they will blick down the mind flares, and the mind flares will blick down the Maurices, and you can use them for style. It's just, like, the best of all worlds to play near these guys, as opposed to going off stage and not letting them give you any value. So that's it. That's all I have to say. Yeah, GG's all around. That was a great run. Holy, look how many things I went through today. That's a lot. I think I did like, I'm not going to say it, 7 or 6. There you go. Anyway, yeah, this has been fun. I think I'm going to call it here. I've been streaming for like 4.5 hours at this point. Thank you everyone for donating and being a part of the stream. Join the Discord if you haven't. Subscribe if you haven't, obviously. We're committed to the sin of not watching French vid till the end. Hey, you were the one that messed up the freaking, you know, uploading shit, all right? That's not on me. That's on you. I don't want to hear it. But yeah, this was fun. Long stream today. Very long stream. Thank you for being here, Potato. It was fun having that active conversation with you during your gameplay. I mean, to download the Skybox mod. I mean, we could try. I mean, you're going to get a reminder soon. Once they finish, there's going to be a trailer coming out. I'll react to it, and you will see it. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna call it here. Thank you guys so much for being here. Big preach for the cash, obviously. I'll see you guys. Goodbye.